time, both hands tied to your side, 'cause I can't help but confuse the things you want me to do for what I wanna accomplish in life. 29, I'm thinking I'm no good for you, you're no good for me. There's a better way. Why is it so hard to put you into the past? It's a matter of time, we both know this will never last. We were both 21, our only motive was fun, but then we loaded that gun, trampled on what was young, and it just occurred to me that I've been wasting away. I think I'm finally good to move on, right or wrong. Why is it so hard to put you into the past? It's a matter of time, we both know this will never last. Silly me, silly you, we were thinking, found the ground but we're hanging from the ceiling. How do I make it back? In the background, got to move on now. Stuck in the background, got to move on now. Why is it so hard to put you into the past? Why is it so hard to put you into the past? It's a matter of time, we both know this will never last. Silly me, silly you, we were thinking, found the ground but we're hanging from the ceiling. How do I make it back?
gotta believe in something. Everybody's gotta believe in something. Everybody's gotta believe in something. Break it down.
GSL 10주년이라 드디어 올 것이 왔군. 좋아, 이제 한번 제대로 시작해볼까? 2020 GSL 시즌 1 코드S 쇼다운. 자, 한판 붙어보자고. 아프리카 TV 브레이크업 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 코드S 쇼다운.
What's up, everybody? We're back here for another day of GSL Codes. It's good to be back. And today's group is pretty special.
Oh, this is the best group in the round of 24.
Yeah.
For sure. Like, this group is out of control. It's super fun. We have, I don't even know what an upset is in this group other than Creator making it out.
Yeah.
The other three, it's like, who's supposed to get out of those three?
It's hard to say who's going to come out on top here.
Yeah.
And I welcome the idea of Creator advancing. He's been playing in our tournaments for so long. Sometimes it takes people even a decade to really hit their stride.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think...
Or re-hit their stride.
That's true. He was dominant very, very early in the game.
Super good in 2012.
Different beast, though, then, compared to what we have now. Yeah, so I'm curious, especially with these players, to get an idea, a measurement of where they're at. With us having so much downtime before GSL started up here. Anyways, here's the players that have advanced to the round of 16 so far.
Yeah, it's been quite a nice tournament so far. Definitely some big upsets with both Rogue and SOS going out early, but some great players moving forward so far. And tonight, two really good, entertaining players are going to move forward. I know that. It's such a wonderful group.
Yeah, I'm especially excited to see what Parting's going to do here today.
Yeah.
Parting is always capable of beating anybody.
He's like the most fun player. He is so ridiculously fun to watch.
Yeah, he's like SOS on drugs or something. You know what I mean? Like,
but not
cheesy.
Hallucinogenic drugs.
Right, more like of a speed or something like that. Yeah. Or maybe it's like Parting. Maybe SOS is more like a parting on drugs.
Yeah, that would make more sense.
Hallucinogenic. Yeah. Psychedelic experience.
Yeah,
if Parting takes a tablet of SOS.
Got you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's like SOS is more mind gaming and Parting is more micro, is how you might be able to look at that. But look at this group, guys. It's crazy. RagnaroK is in really good shape lately.
That's right.
Parting, obviously, is Parting. Creator, don't have a whole lot to say about him. Occasionally, he shows really nice games, but a lot of times not.
Yeah.
And then Dream has been just so hot lately.
Yeah,
he's
been really looking very strong, and I'm really excited to see how he's going to perform here today. A lot of the players are getting closer and closer to their mandatory military service. So,
well, that's actually a very funny thing that you should bring up because Dream has done his.
Exactly. And so, with Dream, it's like, well, sky's the limit here. Once you get done with that, you're allowed to do whatever the hell you want with the rest of your life if, you're out here in South Korea.
Absolutely.
And you can continue your pro gaming career where for a lot of players that military service is a huge interruption and oftentimes a ender of their professional gaming careers. So it's going to be cool to see how Dream performs in this tournament and in the future. And we're getting a shot of Parting here who is having a good time. I love the way that he plays. He's a very smart player. The former world champion, don't forget, in 2012, crushing through everybody. We had the world finals in China, in Shanghai.
And he's come back looking great.
Yeah. And so, from here, it's a question of what is Parting going to do? He almost never plays standard. I mean, he can mix it in, but he tends to like to do kind of crazy, cheesy stuff.
We definitely can get into that. I want to talk a little bit about Dream, though, because this guy, when he first was coming up, all my Korean friends were talking about him like, oh, this is the next MVP back in that era. Right? When we're like, okay, who's gonna be the next big Terran? But he left kind of early, and before he really found his stride, he went to the military, and now he's back. And my nerd Kochanfe gave me some sick stats on it. for this, right? First off, for players that have gone in the military and come back, for their Eligulac rankings to hit like top 25, that's like a good measurement. Only 2 players have ever done it, coming back from military, getting the 2,500 plus elo needed on Eligulac, and that's Fantasy and Dream.
Wow.
Dream has been killing it lately. He's killed Trap, Cure, Solar, Zest twice, and he 3-0'd Dark recently as well in a tournament.
Yeah.
This guy is on fire. He is so good right now.
And we're going to start this off on the map Everdream. It's loading up right now. Parting versus Dream, game 1. Let's go.
전투 준비 완료. 퍼포먼스로 앞서가다 LG 울트라 기어와 넘버원 에너지 드링크 핫식스가 이번 전투를 지원한다고.
So we've got a SCV sent out immediately. Not 1, but 2 for a double proxy rack.
Not 2, but 3. Tasteless.
Like not 3, but 4. Oh, no, it's 3.
Not 4, but 5. I'm like,
5.
this is the worst SCV
I'm like,
rush
he
of all
needs to
time.
get a depot pretty soon here. I don't know what's going on.
Yes. Okay, so cheesing right off the bat here. Triple proxy barracks is the play.
I like this to
this can
open up
kill
with
you.
against Parting here because
Yeah.
there's a chance Parting was going to do something very aggressive, but it's going to be Dream seizing control of this game first, putting Parting in a defensive position where he's going to have to be reacting. And most of the games that Parting wins, he's taking control of the game early on and boxing you, and you have to deflect and defend everything perfectly or he will KO you. And I like the planning here from Dream. Let's see how good the control is because Parting does have I mean, he's basically top 3 control there is, right?
As good as Huck even?
Yes. I forgot about that.
That meme was so funny.
As it was coming out of my mouth, I thought, wait a minute.
This sounds familiar.
I've heard this meme, yeah. But I think it is fair to say this with Parting. I mean, he's really able to do some insane stuff.
Control. He's got great control. Okay, so Parting, he might scout it right now. I think he has to cancel immediately. He has to cancel everything and probably wall the top of his ramp. Yeah, okay, so second pylon going to go down immediately. He has to pull probes. This is going to be very difficult to hold.
Whoa! Oh! Slippery Marine. Got his Marines covered in olive oil.
All right, he's got his odd out. He's making shield batteries.
More SCVs are being pulled here. Just 2 more, not an insane amount, but he wants to try to get a bunker set up here. A little bit of blockage.
Oh my god, look at this. Very good micro from
Now,
Dream so far. He starts that bunker.
If the bunker finishes and gets filled up, I think we're probably going to be going to game 2 here because
Well, look at this.
Oh
He's
my
bringing in all of his probes. He knows exactly what he needs to do right now, and that is stop this. He can't let the bunker get up. He can't let these Marines kill him.
an additional 2 SCVs are being sent across now.
Oh my god, a huge amount of damage. But the shield batteries are up now, and those definitely make a big difference.
This really highlights how slow Stalkers actually attack here as you just see him try to fire down and kill the SCV, and it's like just not barely enough.
Oh my god.
There's only 9 workers remaining, so most, I think that might even be all the workers here just trying to defend.
Oh, that is...
I think that's it, GG. Wow. So, the most aggro player in GSL just got rushed so hard he was punted into game 2.
By the way, I'm pretty sure these guys are friends, because when Dream walked
not
in
anymore.
and said hi to Parting, they were like so happy to see each other.
Yeah.
And look at that, not happy anymore, huh?
Well, Parting is also, I think, probably the most charismatic. Parting, TY, and
Sure.
a few others. Like, he's really funny. Like, if you haven't seen Parting stream, you should check it out. He's actually really funny.
Oh yeah, his stream is amazing.
Yeah. But
Faceless, if I rushed you like that in a tournament, would you still love me?
yeah, I wouldn't care.
Well, this is why you're weak. If you did that to me, literally wouldn't ever cast you again.
I would be salty, that's for sure. I'd be really salty, but, you know, I get it. Now, game 2 on Nightshade, Parting versus Dream. I mean, we don't even know where Parting's really at from game 1, okay? I mean, it's not like that was unique for Parting to lose to. I think any good Protoss player could have lost to that. Dream really mixing it up here. Let's see what happens as we continue on into game 2.
전투 준비 완료. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 파티 1 이상. 브레이브 스타 게임 드림 조중혁.
And you know, there's definitely a fair amount of people, I'm sure, that watch only maybe the biggest tournaments like GSL and you know, some of the live events overseas and whatnot. So if you don't watch a lot of the online stuff, and you're wondering, oh, is Dream just kind of like a cheesy Terran? He's really not. He has a big range of play.
He's got a very wide range.
Yeah, his multitasking is good, his micro, his macro, his decision making. He plays not just 100% the same brand as everyone else. Like, you watch someone like Kira play, and normally it'll be like kind of the same thing over and over, right?
Yeah.
Like, it'll be a lot of the get your upgrades going, 3 Raxes, take your 3rd. You might see a little bit more variation out of Dream, in my opinion. But yeah, he's got a big range to his play, so you could really expect anything out of it.
Yeah, and let's see what he's going to do here, because out of all the players that we're following today, obviously I get exciting casting Parting's games, but I'm very curious to see how Dream's going to do here.
Yeah.
He's done well in all these other tournaments, but you know, just seeing how he might do in the tournament, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, just knowing his level. The thing is, No Regret and I actually looked at a bunch of his games for some in-depth episodes and stuff, and just have both been fans for the past 6 months of him. He's just been playing some fantastic StarCraft 2, and so I know that his level right now is of such a level that he should be in the round of 16. Now, that doesn't mean he just gets there for free, though, because Parting is one of the most deadly PvTers of all time. In fact, I saw someone say this morning that Parting has the best win percentage of every active pro in PvT, even though a lot of those stats are a little bit older.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think that the person also said that if Parting loses to Dream tonight, then Trap will then have the best PvT win percentage.
See, that makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed Parting, just so you know, if I had to pick somebody. So that's funny. You know, that's moments where stats are actually useful and interesting. Yeah. So I feel like oftentimes these sports stats are some of the most misused things you could ever.
Well, honestly, the stat I just gave you is kind of misleading as well, right? Because Parting, a lot of those stats are older and, you know, shouldn't have as much weight as what Trap has done.
To be honest, it's like, still, to me, that's impressive. I never would have guessed he would have been number 1 in that, or number 2, or number 3 even. So that's really something else.
You'd be thinking like Stats or Zest.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Right?
Stats or Zest or somebody else. So I'm pretty impressed with that. So we've got Blink coming here right now in the Robo. So this is appearing to be a defensive build here from Protoss, just getting the 3 gates up, getting ready to try to catch and deflect anything that Terran might do. And in this case, it looks like we're going to have probably a Widowmine drop, something of the sort.
Yeah, he actually hunts down that Adept and gets rid of it. Very nice. Yeah, it does look exactly as you said. Parting going up to 4 gates, actually, with his Blink
Let's
and
see if he
Prism.
gets any more gates here, because there's a War Prism coming here right away.
Yeah, he's going to get aggressive. There's absolutely.
I said defensive, but it's Parting, so I don't know why I said that.
Well, yeah, if it's like 3 gates, then I would totally go with that.
Yeah.
But 4, it's like, well.
I thought he was going to go 3 gate obs and just get ready, like, okay.
Yeah. Well, that would be normal.
Yeah.
That would be watching stats play, right?
Right.
It's Parting, so he needs to get over there and attack. Now, a single Widowmine coming over. Just one. That's kind of interesting. It's not every day you see just the single Widowmine move out. Okay, he's going to go chase, and Dream is going to be in some trouble, man. Blink's going to finish pretty soon here if he gets caught. Oh, no, he's... Okay, so he actually does not chase the medevac at all.
Hold on. This is right in the
Oh,
path.
my
This
God.
is literally, possibly going to be the worst thing that could have ever... Oh, my God. Okay.
This is too funny. You see how good this kid really is? It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like
that was
he's
some
just
pro
he's
stuff
good.
right there.
Remember? Oh my God! And how many probes did he get?
I actually didn't catch that. Now there's one Viking out here too, so he can actually shoot off the War Prism, which is intended to be the spotter to get up onto the high ground. Oh, he takes that out though. Never mind. No longer an option there. Yeah, had the Viking shot down the War Prism, that would have really slowed things down. But now these Stalkers and more Stalkers also being warped in. Oh my God, I think he might have just killed him. This is just huge here.
That's crazy. That one Viking just flying a little bit too far out and already snapping its little Viking neck.
Yeah, there's all these SCVs being pulled here, but you can still blink onto the low ground and then try to come back in here. In fact, blinking over, forcing all of these SCVs to continue to chase this, and he'll be able to blink black over to the other side here in a little bit too. Meanwhile, more Stalkers going to push into the front, and I think if Terran can't stabilize here, this game just ends.
Yeah.
You can see the Dream sending more units across the map like a Liberator to try to just do more damage over there.
Yeah, there's no way though.
Oh my God, takes out the medevac, and I think that's going to be GG here.
Yeah.
I mean, even there's no way the Liberator can ever catch up to the amount of damage that's being snowballed over here with this many Stalkers. Warp Prism's still in the game as well here, so we're going to have more Warpins too.
Yeah, look at this. He's like, well, you have to at least send some Stalkers home, but there's nothing left over for Terran.
Yeah.
He's floating all of his buildings.
What am I seeing here? All the buildings merged together like some kind of a Super Power Ranger thing or whatever.
Yeah. Well, okay, that was funny that he lifted his buildings up. Should have floated him to the corner and make him make the Phoenix.
Yeah. That's right.
I don't think we have
Meanwhile,
rules
he
against
gets up and walks down the street and buys a soda, comes back in. It's like, geez, Dream, like.
That would be amazing.
I know you're mad you lost that game, but everybody is working here.
Yeah.
Well, these are
Fast
making
and
for some
Furious.
Fast and the Furious.
I love that he's just kind of laughing about it. He's like, yeah, okay. You
Yeah.
know, he honestly, he deserved to die after that first game.
Yeah.
It really should be 1-1.
How long have we been live for?
I feel like these two
We've
are,
been alive for 17 minutes. We've gone through 2 games and introed the show.
Oh God, this is a funny one. All right, so this feels like a best-of-1 series here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Those 2 games were just like, okay, cool, you guys killed each other, really neat.
This
guys.
is StarCraft 2 License to Kill Artosis.
Yeah, everyone's got the golden gun right now.
Everyone's got the golden gun. There's some young guy watching like, I don't get it.
That's for sure.
전 준비 완료.
One by one, soon they all will sing the song. Going down.
They're Googling golden gun. It's like, sorry, Tastosis.
드래곤 피닉스 게임.
I never
Hot.
played on an
What
Atari
is-
before. What is that, a Pong joke? I'm like, all right, listen, I know that you have no sense of time. You're so young that.
브레이브 스타 게임. 3.
Was that some game that George Washington used to play?
This has been a fun day already.
It's been a very fast day with a lot of little twists in here, at least for the first best of 3. Artosis, are you going to get the new Final Fantasy game? When you beat the old one, Final Fantasy 7, right? The original?
Yeah, I beat it.
Are you going to get the new one?
I'm not planning on it.
You're not planning on it. Like,
Here's
that's
the
a
thing.
very odd response to have.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So just like for full transparency,
Yes.
most of the games that I have, I did not buy. It's my wife will buy a game that she thinks I'll like.
Or
basically.
occasionally I buy you something on Steam.
That's
Every
true.
Once
You
in a
bought
while,
me, you
I'll-
bought me Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, I was like,
That's
just
right.
give this one a try.
And a controller, actually, because you're like, you really need to play a game other than StarCraft.
Yeah.
It was fun, too. I had a fun time playing that game.
It's a good game. Good game.
I beat the first boss and then played more StarCraft. I should
you
go
got
back and
farther
play
than
it
most
again.
people, Artosis.
But I imagine the game will end up in my house and I'll end up playing it. I bet. We'll see, though.
Isn't it funny to go back and look at really old games that you thought were like the pinnacle of
Dude,
technology?
yeah.
You're like, this is just so real. And then you look at the old Final Fantasy, they have brooms for hands.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They absolutely do, yeah. And, you know, a lot of those ones are so, like, cubey. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Go back and look at, like, GoldenEye, for instance, that we were just talking about. It's hideous.
If you're playing StarCraft Remastered, you just hit, I think it's F5 or whatever, and it switches the graphics.
Yeah, those
your-
graphics are a little bit off of what
And
it
your
actually
eyes
was,
get
though.
AIDS.
Yeah.
I'm like, how did I ever play this? Just,
Those graphics are not 100% exactly what they were. They're actually a little bit off.
oh, are they a little bit worse?
Yeah, no, yeah, they're a little bit worse than it actually was. They did a very good job, like, recreating that or whatever, but, like, if you actually look at StarCraft 1,
Yeah.
like, just an installed StarCraft 1 or load up, like, a high quality VOD of an old game, you'll see it's a little bit different.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, just it's not like you can tell if you.
I was looking at it last night, and I'm like, how did I ever play this? This is
every time I hit that button, I'm like, oh, what button is that? And I try to hit it back. Yeah. So what do we have here, Tasteless? A Phoenix opener.
Yes.
Oh.
And we do have Widow Mines being made, so it looks like Dream might be going for a lot of the same ideas we saw in Game 1, but Partying is mixing it up.
Has a Hellion out there scouting the map. Kind of cool. Yeah, I like the range these guys are showing right now. I always appreciate a lot of different builds. You know what? It's funny that I say that, because I also always appreciate a bunch of the same build right in a row to see what the different branches are.
Yeah, I love seeing.
I just like stuff. I like that he uses a hallucinated Oracle, because that makes you think he did not go Stargate.
Right. There's a lot to that.
Yeah.
There's a lot to that.
And then you're going to fly a medevac over there, and it is going to get wrecked. The Phoenixes are going to have a day with this.
So in a lot of ways, Parting has laid a trap here for Dream, and Dream might fall right into it. Now we need to see how the execution goes, but on paper, this should be quite good for the Protoss. Yeah,
as long as he spots it coming in, you don't really need to lose anything to the mines. You can pick them up very quickly. You can chase down the medevac.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
It should be an easy stop.
Where are these Phoenixes?
Yep, here we go. So he'll lift both.
Yeah. There's kind of an awkward moment here where it's just one Phoenix firing on the Widow Mine. Now, he kills off those two, and he's going to try to pursue this. The medevac is just actually going up, right up to the top.
Yeah, he was trying to take a funny pattern to juke and jive.
It actually glided by the pylon, so he saw exactly where it was. But yeah, that was the idea, is to try to take an unusual path and hope that the Phoenixes move past it and don't see it. And behind this, we have a third base immediately taken, which I think only makes sense considering the victory there.
Yeah.
And then you get Colossus here because infantry is going to start later since you went for Widow Mines right away.
Yeah.
And by then you're going to have, I think before the push comes, easily 2 to 3 Colossi out, which can wipe out all the Marines.
Yeah.
And I think from here you're just trying to hold.
Well, I think he's going to, I think you kind of nailed it there. I think he should probably have 2 Colossus out by the time the push comes, the first push. Kill that already.
He's like,
I love that Parting knows this so well that he won't flick a probe onto it.
Yeah, he's like, I just want to get my minerals in there.
Yeah. He's like, no, it's not going to get any actual kills. It's fine. That's some deep knowledge, because right there I'm like, all my probes attack move that alien. I'm like, I got you. But it's like at 1 health, so why did you do that?
We've talked about this before, though, but, you know, it's the craziest thing when you see somebody who's so good they know when to just not even micro.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. That's
like in this moment, I actually,
very impressive.
Because their sense of priority is so strong with what to do that you can probably put your energy into something else and be even more efficient.
You see that sometimes with really good Zerg players where a single Baneling's going in their blind and they just don't move anything.
Yeah.
You know, that type of thing.
Yeah.
By the way, just to take a look here, this is the Marauder heavy build from Dream. It's definitely something I've seen him doing lately. Actually, it's been pretty popular amongst Terrans just overall. So that'll fare a little bit better against the Colossus, but he didn't make. Oh my God, that Observer saw those medevacs load up. Everything I said doesn't even matter if those get caught. Okay, he's scared.
Yeah,
he realizes.
It's definitely the smarter move to say, okay, let me just back off a little bit here.
But yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see what Dream can get done, because his army it's way more mobile than what Parting has, and it's got enough Marauders in it that it actually packs a punch still.
Right.
But I love Parting's setup there. The fact that he made both a cannon and a shield battery, I think that's fantastic. I think that's awesome. In fact, he's making 2 more cannons and another shield battery. So I think he's really identified this situation so well that what he needs to do right now is not lose.
I have met the enemy.
Yeah, I think you're completely correct. He just needs to get ready to shut the attack down.
Yeah.
Or at least absorb it as well as he can.
Well,
because he's going to be in a better spot.
Yeah, in a minute or two?
Right.
He is like, or...
By the way, Thermal Lance is going to finish literally as this attack happens.
Yeah, as long as...
Oh, I love that.
God.
I love the blink forward there. A little bit risky, but, you know, Dream about a second and a half late on whipping around and firing. And, you know, to trade 1 medevac for 1 stalker, I'll take that any day.
Well, Parting has done a great job just kind of zoning everything out. It looks like Dream decides that it is best to not engage right now. I think he's probably right about that. And he's adding a second starport very quickly. So it's very clear that he's going to mass Vikings up to deal with this.
Yeah.
Already, though, Parting going towards his Templar tech. Now we're going to get a real actual macro game between these two.
Boo! I hate macro games.
This is already longer than both the other games
Go back
put together.
to cheesing each other. Now this is going to be pretty sick. Now I like the direction that Party's taking this so far. I mean, he did get his third up a little bit more quickly. He's kind of playing the role of the macroer here and putting the pressure on Dream to try to figure out if he can push and if he can win.
The one thing okay, so he's not getting Psystorm. He's actually just making High Templars, which tells me he's probably just going to make Archons to go with this, which this is going to give him a lot of punch with his army. I think what he's going to do here is try to make kind of like a death blow, like just run up and deal a ton of damage. And he actually stopped on 2 Colossus, which is also very interesting because massing Vikings against 2 Colossus is actually pretty different than massing against 3 Colossus. Yeah. It's not that big of a, a commitment from Protoss to get 2 Colossus out comparatively.
Yeah, that Robotech, it's always a balancing act, what you're making out of it.
Yeah. Remember all those 1 Colossus builds that would bait the Vikings? This is that in between.
Yeah. And then it's like there's just too many Vikings, and even though the Colossus dies, it takes one for the team. Okay, hold on a second. We've got a big attack coming in here, and these Colossi doing a lot of splash damage over here in the front, especially with these Archons coming in to help out as well. And this army here from Dream has just been thinned out. Even though the Vikings won the air fight, the ground fight over here appears to be going to Party, but more reinforcements are going to come in here now. And I think as things start to slow down, there's just enough infantry he can actually drive them back.
Yeah, and while this looked good for Parting because he killed 25 SCPs there, I actually think this was very good for Dream. As long as Dream keeps his army alive for a minute here, if he holds this off, he's going to get 2-2 against 1-1, and there's no splash damage on Parting's side.
Well, the question now is when the counterattack comes from Dream, can Parting fend it off? Because, yes, he's going to have superior upgrades, but, I mean, 73 workers to 50 now, and a lot of those workers were just remade.
I hate to be the guy, but with mules in there, this economy of Dream is not that bad.
That's true, but Parting's up on a 4th base. I think if Parting can fend this next attack off, he's going to be he's still going to be fine, but I think you're completely right that losing the splash damage units makes it much harder to take fights on.
Yeah, you're going to be down 2 upgrades with, Archons as your splash.
When things get scrappy, you need splash damage in StarCraft 2,
Well, especially when you're down upgrades.
Yeah.
That would be, the only situation where it's okay to be down upgrades.
I think this was very well handled, immediately getting 4 Archons out here, throwing another Forge down as well to catch up in the long run with the upgrades.
Oh, but Tasteless, there's Ghosts on the way right now. He's got Liberators as well. How do you stop this frontal push as Parting?
It's going to be tough. Parting is actually going to... I thought he was going to dive in on that. He might still do that.
I don't know if diving in there is a good idea. That is a good spread of bio.
He thought about it with those Stalkers coming out, but the moment you see just the Stalkers there, just stim and move forward and, don't let him get the Liberator and you're going to be fine. I don't know, though. I mean, can he still push up here? We have some EMPs coming down now to soften up these Archons. Still a Colossus in the back and 3 Archons splash damaging down the rest of this infantry here on the low ground, and we're seeing this infantry fan out more and more as it looks like Parting is going to push this away.
Yeah, just barely does not have enough to break through there. He kills off the Archons, but the few gateway units do push him back right now. A couple more Liberators coming up. Is this the right place to try to hold on here? The Stalkers blink over and try to target down the Liberators, but they get targeted down themselves from these Marauders.
Oh man, this has been a real tug of war here in the middle of the map. Does Protoss actually win this? Yeah, I guess just barely. He's going to push through. It's just enough Zealots.
Yeah. That's funny.
Now,
his +2 armor finished too, so it's kind of putting him back onto some equal footing, rather.
Evil footing.
Well, definitely evil footing, as he is Parting and he is a Protoss player. But evil footing.
Now, at 6 o'clock, Dream needs to take that and keep it, because Parting's taking a 5th, but I think Parting is going to do a push down here at 6. In fact, look, now this is a tough call by Dream. And it's definitely not the prettiest play you can make in a game, but he's going to lift the CC and pull it away.
That's funny.
He just says, I'm in such bad shape. Let's just fight an uphill fight and try to get a 4th up win it, I actually can. And he's going to move it out here to the front, I think, because it's a little bit closer to the third.
Yeah, it seems that is what he wants to do. I'm
Party-
sure he'll make it into a planetary as well.
Oh, for sure,
But
yeah.
he's got to be careful here. If you lose this command center, that is a terrible loss. Okay, he's going to be able to hold him back for now.
Yep.
I'm a little bit nervous because Dream skipped starting 3-3. He just now started it, right? So actually +3 armor on the way for parting. He's going to take the upgrade lead eventually as far as the armor goes. But Dream is getting his actual composition together, right? We're approaching that endgame comp for him. Plenty of ghosts being added in. He's getting enhanced shockwaves. Yeah, again, 3-3 is on the way. But parting, getting into Psystorm, adding some Colossus as well. Very important against this Liberator type play. He's got his Prism full of full of Templars as well. Oh no.
Okay, it's a good thing he's actually fully back here. Okay, nice EMPs coming in there. Shot the Warp Prism out of the sky and shuts this attack out. Protoss has to immediately retreat here. Psystorm's coming down. He kind of baited him in there a little bit. Again, though, he can't hold this position. The Protoss can't, because when the Planetary's done, that's just too much damage being put out here. And, you know, this army, you can see, is not very good at retreating. You always need Zealots in there to tank and soak damage in the front. And once that thins out, basically you have to avoid everything else.
Well, you know what? He's bought time for his Planetary to finish, so this is not going down right now.
Oh,
Dream will have scored.
Nice save. I think Parting going to go back and lick his wounds. We've got the Disruptor on the way now.
Lick his wounds. He's going to attack again in like 2 seconds. Come on.
I didn't say for how long or toes.
Yeah.
Just 1 or 2 licks, and then he goes back.
More like half a lick,
Yeah.
He's like the owl trying to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop, but it's a wound. Okay, so he's actually getting Speed Prism right now. He's adding in Disruptors as well. I think the Disruptors are probably a good call because as we go forward, like, these armies are getting a little bit wonky from Parting, right? He's not building a composition full of splash damage. He's aggressively trading, and it's like kind of working for him. He's very good at this type of style, but you look at his actual composition, you're like, oh, that's not a 15-minute, you know, max Protoss army, you know?
This is a great game.
This is a great
We had
game.
two very quick, action-packed games, but now we're in a very dramatic macro game. And this game lends itself to awesome endgame PvT as well. You know, just how spread out the expansions are and the zigzagging of trying to control the map.
Yeah. Well, this is very exciting as well because I think Dream's really shown what he's made of this game. There was a couple dicey situations I think a lot of Terrans would fall apart in.
Yeah.
But he's held it together. He's getting himself right into a macro game. You know, he's hit when I feel like he should have hit, and it didn't necessarily work as well as maybe he wanted it to, but that's fine. Here he is battling.
Okay. So what's the game plan now here for Dream? I mean, he's gotten his fourth. DT Blank. Yeah, look at that.
Super sick. Okay, yeah, the plan for him, I think. Okay, he's actually making a lot of Vikings. I don't think that that's quite correct because it's only 1 Colossus. He just scanned, so maybe we'll see him cancel these because
those would be
think
better
Vikings
served as medevacs. You know.
Yeah, medevacs or Liberators. I think Liberators are going to be very important.
Just to unpack what the what Artosis is saying here is that if you overmake Vikings, yeah, you do kill the Colossus, but if you have like way too many Vikings are pretty terrible on the ground.
Oh, like especially against anything else from the Robo.
This is one of the funny things about, you know, the game when it was designed is I looked at the Vikings and thought, oh cool, it can be on air and ground, but actually it's pretty bad on the ground. Yeah, like you can land it, but it's nowhere near as good as like a Marauder, for instance.
It's very specific situations, like maybe TVT against mech, or like as a single Viking harassing in a weird situation.
Yeah.
Because it deals additional damage to those mechanical units, so good against probes. But yeah, in this situation, I feel like he's been duped because it's Mass Disruptor with 1 Colossus, and he has too many Vikings. So I'm a little bit afraid about that for him. A lot of his army supply right now is not all that useful. But look at this flank coming in. Oh my God! Those EMPs were insane.
Well, yeah, it was not much of a flank though. It was just because the
look at this attack from the right and now an attack from the left.
He just needs to continue to get these disruption shots out here. Oh my God, I didn't even see this army from Protoss coming here on the side. I think Party's going to take this game. Yeah. He's just crushing through. He managed to keep a lead for most of this. And I think we're about to see the killing blow come in here.
Yeah, and you know what? I really do feel like so much of that came down to those Vikings being complete garbage. That was a lot of supply, a lot of money. Imagine if those were all Liberators. Does this fight look like that? No way.
All right, he's going to dive on top of the planetary here. And I mean, this is just a flood of Protoss units.
That is so many units.
There is just no way. Wow, with all these storms coming down here too.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, what a finishing blow. That was the equivalent of the fatality in StarCraft.
Dude, I feel like that was like at the end of the Lord of the Rings battle, you know? He had to go to New Zealand and hire everyone in the country to get that to go off. My God. A good finish there by Parting, showed a really strong game, lots of aggressive trading.
Yeah.
And it worked out for him. I think that's a really hard way to play, the way that he just played that.
Right.
But did a great job. And the thing is, I think Dream played really well that game. And then at the end, his composition was a little bit off, and he just, like, he had such a great idea. He came in with a sick flank, and it didn't work out because he's sitting there with, like, 10 Vikings that aren't doing anything.
A very well-planned best of 3 on both sides, by the way.
I think so.
I think another exciting thing to take away from this is that Dream looks very good. He looks like he's in great shape right now in today's group. Yeah. And actually, we got to go to a break right now. When we come back, our second best of 3. Don't go away.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
짤탄이 맞칠성 사이다. 정답이 맞칠성 사이다. 70년이 사이다. 칠성 사이다. 우리 입맛엔 칠성 사이다가 좋아요.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
당신 뭐 핫식스 더킹 아세요?
핫식스 뭐요?
핫식스 더킹.
이거 정말로 맛있는데
제가 오늘 핫식스 더킹 먹을게면 당신은 저한테 빨릴 거예요. 아세요?
이런 악마의 음료 이걸 빠시다니.
그리고 핫식스 더킹 그 빨간 제품 있거든요. 열대 과일 맛이 나요. 열대 과일 맛.
자신 있으세요?
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
It's all the same, but some things never change. I couldn't stop and say enough. It's all the same, but you won't take blame, even when you are blowing up. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save and oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how. So come on, let me show you how. It's all the same, but some things never change. I couldn't stop and say enough. It's all the same, but you won't take the blame, even when you are blowing up. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save and oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you how.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
마법의 음료 하식스를 마시게 되면은 엔돌핀이 확 돌면서 머리에 수분이 공급되고 그리고 뇌가 바로바로 한 모금만 마셔도 뭔가 알 거야. 100ml 더 늘어나고 마시게 되면 진짜 마법의 음료. 신제품 빨강색.
반칙 아닙니까? 그것은 전설의 음료 하식스.
올 때 하식스 많이 마시자. 진짜 괜찮지?
맛있다 이거.
파랑색, 빨강색만 여러분들 많이들 진짜 마셔주시고 진짜로 거짓말 안 치고 맛있습니다.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
지금 코로나 바이러스 때문에 굉장히 어수선하잖아요.
첫 번째로는 마스크를 무조건 착용하는 게 좋다고 생각하고요.
확실히 안 나가니까 그런 게 예방이 되는 것 같아요.
공공장소를 되도록이면 피해 주시고
친구들이랑 같이 그 온라인 게임을 이제 같이 하면은 시간도 빨리 가고.
전 집에서 롤 조심해야지 다음번에 좋게 만날 수 있기 때문에
괜찮아질 때까지 GSL이랑 사투 리그 계속 사랑해 주시기 바랍니다.
라운드 오브 24 파티 원이상 드림 조중현 크리에이터 장윤 라그날로 신이범 아프리카 TV 브레이크업 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 1 코드 S 쇼다운.
What's up, everybody? We're back. It's time to go to the second best of 3. Creator versus RagnaroK. Now, I think Creator is the weakest link in this group, but I don't ever want to count him out fully.
Yeah.
You know, this is a group where coming into this, it was kind of hard to say where exactly each player would line up. Hard group to call who gets out, you know, first and second, but maybe this is Creator's season. Maybe he's going to pull it off. It's tough, though. Yeah. RagnaroK and Dream both looking very good as of recent, and Parting has been in great shape for a while now.
Yeah, it's certainly true. I expect him to get last place in his group, but upsets are possible. Let's not forget, he's on Jin Air, so that's a big plus right there. He has Trap and SOS to help him decide which builds. Right. I have no doubt in my mind that he can nail build orders, right? He has Rogue to help practice against and give him the Zerg point of view, and Rogue is definitely a top 3 Zerg in the world.
This is a very good pointer, Toast. I mean, he has all of the assets.
Yeah, and he has a quick plan.
Yeah, and he's still active. He's still grinding, so...
I don't know what the hell happened to him that he was one of the best players in the world, and then for like 6 years at least he was real bad.
Well, he's
and
not
now
bad.
he's like
It's
finally
like,
coming back. Yeah, he's
not literally
bad, but like compared
within the top 32, but not within the top 16.
Well,
he's
actually,
exactly
a lot of it. He was like top 50 because he didn't make it into a bunch of code S's.
That's true.
And recently he's been coming back though, and he's had some. Remember the Super Tournament? He played really well in this Super Tournament. Was it last year? It wasn't this year, obviously, but like last year or the year before, he did like a really good Super Tournament. So he's like, he is coming back now to some good form, but RagnaroK is like the new guy.
Yeah, no, RagnaroK's very hot right now.
Yeah, he's real good.
You still haven't seen Zoolander, right?
No, but I need to.
That's RagnaroK. He's so hot right now. All right.
I'm so glad that we have 4 maps: Simulacrum, Everdream, Nightshade, and Eternal Empire.
I really cannot wait to see what Creator's going to try to do. RagnaroK in excellent shape. Creator always looks good, just not able to finish the job. You know, but maybe, again, sometimes some pro gamers, they bloom later than others. Maybe this is his season. Let's find out.
전투 준비 완료. 퍼포먼스로 앞서가다 LG 울트라 기어와 넘버원 에너지 드링크 핫식스가 이번 전투를 지원한다고. 진에어 그레이닝지 크리에이트
We brand him
장윤
like a cow.
Yeah. And you say maybe some players bloom later than others. Well, he already bloomed.
Artosis, who's that nerd over there? Hold on, Tasteless.
치보 라그나로 신이버
That there's Ragnarok.
Oh, this is always fun. Hi, did you want a Nexus there?
Yeah. Well, you can't have it. Whoa!
Okay, what do you think about this idea, right?
Well, I mean, let's talk big picture here. I mean, for one,
well, let me pose you a very specific question about it though, because I actually want.
You're like, Tasteless, what do you think about this? I'm like, well, you're like, hold on, Tasteless.
But you,
yeah. I wasn't actually asking you that question.
I have to tell you.
It was a rhetorical question, Tasteless. I'm like,
everyone knows what to think about this, Tasteless.
Go ahead.
Well, specifically, those things we were talking about with Creator, like, you know, he's got these strong players on his team, but to throw him off in this way, do you think that this is, like, in theory, a really good way to play against a weaker player that has strong teammates?
Absolutely, yeah. I think that it tears apart whatever the practice was. It's like, okay, now you're playing by my game. Because this isn't a cheese. Okay, this isn't like an all-in. It's just like, you have now fractioned all the different algorithms that he was going to have to follow in a normal build, right? And we see this actually a lot. We see this even in the early StarCraft 1 days. People figured out a lot of times just take control of the game against a weaker player because they're not going to be able to follow all the steps as comfortably. Whereas a lot of times against someone who's way better than you, it's advised to not do this because they're just like, what are you doing?
I think it comes down to how well you understand the theory of what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Like, that gets blocked. It's like, okay, everything has shifted in the game now. All the timings. Do you know how they've shifted? Do you know how to play around those shiftings? One thing I do want to point out is that he pylon blocked the natural of RagnaroK, which I think is great, right? Because when this happens to you, you're going to get units out a little bit quicker, right? Because you're going to get like your Cybernetics core before your Nexus. So maybe he can do some like adept harassment or something to punish that further away expansion that goes up.
Get back here. No, I think this is an excellent way to just kind of seize the game here from RagnaroK. It is an interesting thing about Creator's past, though. He's been on the best team with the best players forever, but he's the one guy who just underperforms.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
I know that Cure hasn't had an insane amount of success, like, you know, some of the other, like Rogue or something, but Creator is sort of, how do I say this? I mean, he's just
much worse than his teammates.
Yeah, the ugly duckling.
Yeah.
But we're still waiting to see Kenny come out on top. But I wonder what it is that holds Creator back. I wonder.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it anxiety? Is it?
It feels like it shouldn't be that because he was successful early on.
Yeah, usually players that. Yeah, but you know, you could end up kind of feeling stress from having success and then feeling the pressure. This happens a lot with top tier pros.
Yeah.
Where they start to get a lot of attention and then the expectation is they're supposed to win and then you get these weird games where you're losing. But I just wonder, you know, what it is or what he thinks it is, because he's very good. I mean, I think a lot of times if you're a person who gets a player who gets round of 32 regularly and doesn't advance, you get the short end of the stick publicly where people go, oh, he's like the worst guy in the tournament. It's like, wait a minute. This is the hardest tournament to qualify for in the world.
Yeah.
You know, the competition is very fierce. Give the guy some credit. There's plenty of people who try to qualify who never get on the stage. But yeah, it's odd that with a team with such good players, like if he wasn't on Jin Air, I would just say he's a great player. He's not, able to perform. But the fact that he has, like, all the great minds with all the great races there,
and the training facility and the structured practice,
coaches,
all these things are a big deal. Yeah, it's.
I mean, imagine you just have Mario, Rogue, and SOS on your speed dial. Anytime you're like, hey, you look across the room, hey, I got a question. Oh, what's up? Mario, what's up, man?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah. I need a definitive answer on what this means for Terran. Oh, yeah, here it is.
What is this that I'm looking at? He warped in. He has adepts and then 1 DT. It's kind of weird. Like, he's made 6 Adepts. He hasn't gotten Glaives. He made Dark Shrine, 1 DT, attacked a Roach with it.
It looks like it's a variation of the Archon build, but you set it up so that they're not expecting the Archons to come right away.
Honestly.
But it is a little bit weird because the Adepts haven't done much, and I actually don't know if the Archon drop's going to do that much.
You know
which is saying a lot because the Archon drops always shave off a little bit of damage, but it's going to be later than normal.
If I could say,
please,
what this feels like is he wanted to do maybe Adept DT opener, and then everything got kind of messed up a little bit with how the openers went. Because right now I'm looking at this, I'm like, you made like a lot of Adepts, and I don't know if these Archons are actually going to do anything. So it doesn't feel like a super successful opener.
Yeah, I don't know that this it had to do an insane amount of damage for, like, I don't think he's going to lose from here, but yeah, it's a very, well, let's go back for a second. You know, we were talking about, like, he has all access to all these great players, right, on his team. And we were mentioning SOS, but I wonder if SOS is a player that is really the best to go to for advice on Protoss, because some of the stuff he does seems so advanced that, it's going to be impacting the game years from now.
Yeah, I think.
And it'd be almost more useful to have a more,
well, just look
like
at
a zest there or something. It's more straightforward.
Yeah, look at his quotes. Like, he literally quoted recently, "What? Protoss doesn't need a strategy."
Yeah,
it's like, what?
Yeah. What does that mean?
Not in your beautiful mind, but in everyone else's, yeah, it probably does.
Okay. Overseer's been picked off. The Archons are going to continue to come in here and try to harass whatever they can. And the Spire started now.
You know what? He's staying active with them, so that's good.
Yeah. That's what he has to do.
Yeah. Oh. Look at
12
this.
mutas.
I mean, is he going into Disruptor, do you think, or into Colossus?
It's a good question. I actually can't tell right now.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Yeah.
It feels like, against what I'm seeing, you'd want Disruptor. Colossus doesn't feel good here. Colossus is generally there for like a very specific sharp timing attack. And that,
well, I would welcome the Disruptor play.
Yeah, that would be kind of, you don't see it that often against Sir.
No.
You really don't. All right, he's actually about to hit an attack as the mutas are moving across the map. This is good for Creator, I think.
He should be able to just pop off the hatchery. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Insta-cancel. Is he going to push any further forward, though? He can just keep him on 3 bases for as long as he wants. The problem, though, over here is that there's no anti-air, so the probes are just going to start getting massacred.
Oh, taking a lot of damage there. Yeah, that is quite true. Already lost 9 probes. He's trying to force his way up this hill. Oh my god, he just blinks right on top of everything.
Yeah, this seems like a push came to shove here, and I think he wants to try to just come in here and end this game. So all that RagnaroK has to do is hold off this attack, and he'll win the game because there's not going to be any workers on Creator's side of the map. That being said, Creator has an insane amount that's coming through here. Look at this. Now the mutas are going to try to take out the pylons, which are powering the reinforcements that will be coming in via the War Prism.
Look at this. 4 Immortals, a bunch of Blink Stalkers as well. This is a very scary army.
Yeah. Drones are going to be pulled again. He just has to hold off this attack. Now the Immortals are in the front. He wants to, if he can, just get them a little bit further back here.
You know what? Creator looking pretty strong right here.
Yep. Well,
I mean, the mutas are doing so much.
Yeah.
Though.
Well, here's the thing: is that like he's actually going to try to just keep his main. And I think if Stalkers keep coming out, can't you just eventually go back home and defend and just remake everything, right?
Mutas aren't going to be able to kill everything.
No.
There's no way. Like,
I mean,
the army, shield battery.
The army for Creator is better than the group of Mutalisks here for RagnaroK, and I think, if I'm seeing this correctly,
well, he's got to get him down to 1 base, right?
Right.
I'm pretty sure. Where's that Prism at? The Prism is actually not with the army. I'd love to see just or minimal juggling right now with the Immortals.
There it is. He's like, here I am, Artosis, watch this.
He's like, here's some minimal juggling.
Yeah.
That is certainly minimal.
That was actually some great juggling there. Does he have enough? I mean, whenever you have War Prisms and Immortal, the answer is always maybe.
Maybe or absolutely, definitely.
Yeah.
It's never
right now, I'd say absolutely, but if it was just 1 War Prism and 1 Immortal, I'm like,
dude, he needs to kill that hatch. He cannot let that hatch live. That hatch is not allowed to live. Kill it.
Yeah.
Juggle. There's no reason. What else are you doing right now? Please keep your immortals alive.
I actually think that we might see. If he gets the Stalkers count down, then the Mutas just win the fight, right? So like, does he actually then take this game?
This is
it's 5 probes to 21 drones. Well, this is a really hard one to call. I think actually, yeah, I think RagnaroK wins.
Oh my god.
Because, yeah, oh my god, what a game. Great play there. And look at RagnaroK smile.
And look at Creator, head in his hand. That is a frustrating one. That was, like, he should have won that game. He, like,
I thought he was going to win that game.
Here's the problem that I really saw there. He both didn't micro that well on the attack, and didn't defend well at home.
Correct.
It's like he split his time exactly wrong.
Yeah,
exactly
I think
wrong.
You're right.
Like, if he had just, I don't know, made 2 cannons at his third base, or put all of his effort into microing his army.
Yeah,
either one of those, I think he
back.
wins.
I think you might be right about that. It's a funny concept, but yeah, like you really just have to control perfectly, and you will crush them. Because I thought, yeah, if he has, oh my god, look at Creator,
dude.
He's
Well,
so tilted.
He should have won that game. He should have won that game.
Here's the thing too, like that's psychologically pretty disorienting to lose a game like that when you were, going to win game 1. Look at it, man. He's so upset.
Yeah.
Definitely tilted
I know
here.
those feels. It's like, all those things we talk about, they hit him harder than us. We only think about Creator when he's playing. He thinks about Creator every day.
He can't not think about Creator.
Yeah.
Because he can't get outside of himself.
It's that's a rough one.
By the way,
and you can see he's
about
just like
to
storming off to the bathroom, maybe splashing water on his face.
Well, we were actually about to go into game 2. We allow each of the players to have one break. We ask that don't be too liberal about how often you use your breaks, but that was a moment where he just got up, walked away, and probably needs to take a few minutes to think, okay, what happened? It's a weird thing when you're really beating somebody and you think, okay, I've got it, it's happening, and all you have to do is just make the next few sequential steps to close it out. And RagnaroK, who's such a pro, just keeps focused, makes the right call. And we didn't really see it until the very end there, where there's just enough Mutalisks that the Stalkers can't be used. The Immortals would have closed the game out had there not been enough Mutas. But he has enough Mutas where it's like, well, now you just can't even use the War Prism Immortal.
Yeah. Again,
there was 5 probes back home.
Well, he didn't defend and he didn't micro that well at the attack, so it's just, you put all that together. That was a game that probably in practice he would never lose.
Right.
Against anyone, really. I mean, that's... Yeah, I really feel like he should have been able to win that one. I mean, good on RagnaroK for staying calm and pulling it out, but I understand why he's upset and why he's kind of taking a break, and he should be taking a break, because if you just queue into this next game immediately, probably not going to go that well,
I'm worried, though, for Creator in the rest of our games now.
Yeah.
If he's going to get out of this group, it's a lot more games that have to go a lot better for him. The problem is, and Creator is sort of our cursed player, right? I mean, it seems like the deck should be stacked for him, but it doesn't work out over and over and over. And even in that last game, I mean, Creator was basically winning. I mean, there was moves that RagnaroK did that were really smart, but usually if your army is just strong enough, you kind of battering ram your way through there and close it out. Or after you've killed off all the bases, you just go back and remake probes. But he didn't quite have that right balance of units. Sucks. It really does suck. Okay, we're actually going to go right into this game. Whoa. Game 2. Let's go.
진에어 그리닝 크리에이터 장윤 라그나로크 신이모
So here we go, Tastes. See if Creator can pull it together, give us a good game.
If I had to predict this, I'd say I think Creator's going to start to fall apart here.
Damn. You're harsh, Tasteless.
I'm also honest.
Friendly caster.
No. Well, look, I mean, Creator, I think, has always had a hard time, you know, with maintaining equanimity in a long series of ups and downs. You know, there really are peaks and valleys you experience in a lot of these groups. You know, you can have, if you're in a Codes group, you are completely allowed to have a disaster dumpster fire of a game. It's why we give you best of 3s.
Yeah.
And then in later parts, you know, best of 5s. This whole idea is that we don't ever want to have just one game decide everything, right? Because everybody's lost somebody who was much worse than them. You know, depending on the decisions, you think, okay, I shouldn't have done that, or that was too risky, or I forgot about this one thing. But if you give me another shot, if you make it a best of 3, and in this case we put them in groups so they're moving around, so it's not just like you get stuck with, you have to face Mario at the start, and we never get to find out where you would have been because it's a straight up bracket. But the problem for Creators, he doesn't seem to bounce back from that. I mean, we've had players like SOS, for instance. You know, although he's not in this tournament anymore, we've had games where things completely backfire or look really dumb, right? And whatever he was trying was so crazy it didn't work out. But then he'll just come back and do something even crazier the next game, and it works. There's an ability for pros to stay unfazed in these high-pressure situations, in moments where a loss can be humiliating.
Well, I think he definitely is feeling that here.
Yeah, but I worry that maybe Creator can't pull it back together. I hope he can.
Yeah. Here's to hoping. I want him to do well, show what he's got. Oh my God, he's getting Blink first.
Cool.
This is some fresh stuff we're looking at right here. This should be a 2-base all-in.
I like it.
Yeah, there's just nothing else it would really be. Okay, I think that having a nice, strong, decisive game 2, maybe this is the way back to the path.
The way back to the path, you say?
Yes. Is that too deep for you, Tastes?
It was too deep, man. Yeah. Maybe this is the way back to the path. Yeah.
Could be.
A path to victory, a path to loss.
Path to sadness and sorrow.
A path to growth.
Maybe.
Yeah.
A path to the round of 16.
A path to love.
Could be. Who knows? Maybe.
Man.
Maybe there's someone special out there that loves Blink all-ins that's watching this right now, and she's gonna fall in love.
Yeah. There's a Roach Warren coming down here as well. The 5 gates are coming, so after the gateway explosion finishes, the gateway bloom, as I like to call it.
Bloom.
Yeah.
It's like algae. Oh man, we gotta pour bleach on this base.
If you're a Zerg player, absolutely.
Well, this is gonna be fun. The Roach Warren's finishing up, and he made the 1 gas of the natural to kind of where the Overlord could see it. This is exciting, because especially if you see this coming out, even if he sees the Prism, right, you don't automatically think that has 4 Blink Stalkers in it.
Yeah.
Right? That's the last thing you think. It's more likely literally to be anything.
And let's also remember what game 1 was. It was 3 adepts and a DT. There's a whole art for him too, you know, having a sequence of builds in a series so you can throw them off.
Yeah, he knows now.
Yeah. He's like, are you really Stalker all in me, or is there going to be adepts next with Glaives?
Yeah.
Okay, he's coming in now. Oh, the Ravager's just now finishing in time. First Roach goes down. Nice blink away. Now, the art to making this work is to just not lose Stalkers. You have to keep blinking them away, and eventually the damage begins to stack. It begins to snowball, but you have to be careful because a few missed clicks, and Stalkers are actually very brittle units. The Lings come in here. Remember, the Stalker Blink cooldown time is actually pretty long.
Oh, I don't feel like he's microing all that well right now. Okay.
Yeah, he chased him pretty far back there.
Yeah, and he lost a Stalker in there. He popped some into the Prism, which is like the extra Blink. But you know, if you watch like the best Protosses in the world, those ones will be popping right out to shoot again, right? And he'll just sit there and kill with it. But this is a lot of Stalkers. Let's see what he gets done.
Oh, good snipe there on that one Ravager. I actually think he's over blinking here.
Oh, look at that. He actually just saved his prism. That was huge.
Yeah,
that was a
important.
great moment.
You know, the problem is that he's blinking in chunks.
Yes.
Do you see that? He's chunk blinking.
Yeah. You want smooth blinking.
Yeah.
Not chunky.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're definitely right about that. A bunch of spines coming up. He catches all of the Ravagers that were trying to snipe his prism, and that is so big. I cannot even overstress. Now he's adding in a few Zealots to tank some of these Zergling hits. I think that's a great idea.
Now the Zealots are going to allow the Stalkers a lot more time to just hold their ground. Okay, but the Lings are going to go around, and that's actually going to be problematic here. But he chunk blinks away again.
He's starting to do some much better blinking right there.
I think he's going to win this.
Yeah,
I think that's enough Stalkers. But hold on. He needs to get these spine crawlers up here. If the reinforcements can get here in time, no, he's going to be pushed back. He should lose his spines now as well.
Yeah, he just has way too many Stalkers at this point. Not the best execution we ever saw, but good enough. Had some moments of very good micro in there as well. You can see he's very relieved with that victory. RagnaroK doesn't seem to mind that much.
No.
Maybe a little bit surprised. The right side of his mouth up a little. Oh, he had a little half head shake.
Yeah.
A little half head shake.
Like,
I know that very well. I've lived here a long time.
Yeah. Now, you know, with Creator, at least from what I see, and I try not to psychoanalyze too much, but it really does. His groups are always a huge emotional roller coaster for him. You know?
Well,
what do you think
mostly it's downhill, though, the whole way, which is the fun part of the roller coaster, but not for Creator.
Yeah. It's ups and downs, and then eventually he discovers that roller coaster was never finished being built.
All right, Nightshade, our final map between these two. Who do you think takes it, Tasteless?
RagnaroK. Next question.
Oh, Tasteless.
How could you say this? Tasteless. I got a story, but we got to start this game thinking about roller coasters.
Okay.
Nightshade is where we're going to have our final match, at least for now, with these two. Again, the winner party is waiting for the victor of this group. Will it be Creator? Will it be RagnaroK? Let's find out.
지니어 그린윙즈 크리에이터 장윤.
He's hacking the mainframe.
Oh my God.
That was a hacking the mainframe face right there.
Yeah.
신입범.
But we'd need like really bright green light on his face and like words scrolling on his glasses.
That's right.
All right,
So,
tell us your story, Tasteless.
I just thought of this, but it's when you were. Let me ask you first. When you were a kid, did you enjoy going to amusement parks and riding on roller coasters?
So there was like a period where I would ride on anything and then get off and puke.
Oh, really? You would throw up?
It was so, like, I'd get on the ride and have so much fun that I'd walk over the trash can and puke and then continue eating my fried dough bread and walk to the next ride.
Continue eating your funnel cake?
Yeah, exactly. and then for a while I was like a little bit of a weenie and I was afraid of roller coasters.
Oh, you got scared of it again?
Yeah, I don't know how that happened in the middle of my childhood, but then, like, my dad made me go on a roller coaster. I was like, Dad, this one's too big. We're at Six Flags.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, okay. Well, just stand in line with us while we're waiting, and then when we get to the front, you don't have to go on. I was like, okay. And then we get to the front, I'm like, okay, Dad, I'm not going to go on now. He's like, yes, you are.
Oh, wow.
And then after that, I loved roller coasters ever since.
Yeah, once you do it one time, it's fun.
Yeah.
But I remember I was super scared to go on roller coasters. We go to this place called Worlds of Fun.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, it was Worlds of Fun. But I would ride on the roller coasters, and we bring all my friends. We go there for my birthday. This is when we were like in elementary school, like 3rd grade. You know what I mean? 4th grade.
Yeah.
Barely tall enough to ride on the roller coaster. And I remember I had this friend that would come, and he was scared to go on, but it was always kind of this embarrassing thing because there were 8 other young boys.
Yeah.
And there's like the one guy that doesn't want to ride, and so this kid, who's my friend, still to this day, but he said, I'm scared to go on roller coasters because my uncle died on one. And we were like, what do you mean? And he's like, oh, well, it wasn't finished being built. And it's like, now that I'm an adult, I'm like, oh, he's lying. But it's like he's trying to.
Oh,
but we were
man.
like, no, that didn't happen.
Damn.
And then this kid kept lying for like 2 years about having an uncle that died. And like we just kept asking, like, no, that doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? Like they started the roller coaster and it wasn't finished? Like nobody knew it. Why was the park open? Why? What are you talking about?
Wow.
Yeah. I just thought of that when I.
Yeah. I feel bad for him. That's rough.
Yeah. We made him go on the roller coaster eventually.
Did he like it?
Yeah, he liked it, of course.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
No kid
Peer
gets
pressure.
off the roller
Peer
coaster like,
pressure won
never again.
Peer pressure is the greatest.
It's the best, man. By the way, we've got Adept Glaives coming, but there's 18 Zerglings, Tosis.
Yeah, it's quite a few Zerglings. Stay No one's ever going to understand why we make me sound like a goat when I say tasteless.
We spend a lot of time just imitating each other and impersonating each other when we're not on air, guys. Now, 5 drones. He's not committing to this after this, and he's going to try to come up here and hit hard. Now, he's going to have enough pylons that he can basically sandbag this.
Yeah, his re-wall is really, really ugly. His initial pylon is placed kind of poorly there. But
Battery
look at
almost
that.
finishes.
That's very
No,
nice.
you're trapped in here with me.
Well, that's certainly true this time. Glaives are on the way. Look at how many lings he's killed off. Tasteless. This is for you, Tasteless, not believing in Creator.
Well, I think I'm not believing in RagnaroK right now. I don't know about that attack.
Yeah. Well, you were saying RagnaroK was going to take this. But now look. You're the laughing stock, Tasteless.
I guess that is the proverbial egg on my face, Artosis.
That's for sure.
Wow. Now, he's just going to take a third here. I like this.
He's going to do everything, man. He's got a bunch of lings.
No drones mining there. Thank you, JYP. But there's a few lings here.
Yeah, look at that. There's drones over there. Oh,
back
a pylon.
over here. Yep.
Make anything sound stupid.
Ooh, Dark Shrine. That's cool. Will he just go for Archon Harass here?
Well, I think you're going to try to get the DTs to work, and then, of course, go into the Archons afterwards. And look at how many Lings and Roaches are being made. The Dark Shrine is actually going to be fantastic against this.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be pretty hard to punch back as RagnaroK in this position. Again, though, what I'm less interested now is like this position. I want to see how Creator can carry it out.
Well, I think what might happen here, because RagnaroK is only making units, man. He's on 42 drones, and he's just going to attack. The Dark Shrine's going to finish up, and that's going to be good for anything, whether it's defending or attacking.
Now, what's actually there to protect the third, though?
Because the third should fall. Third should fall. Okay, if he cancels the third right now, he canceled it. Beautiful move. Wow, clutch. This is really good. Like, Creator's going to get him, Tasteless. What is that?
He's going to get him, Tasteless.
He's going to get him, Tasteless.
He's going to get got.
Yeah.
Now, that'd be so sick if he just got rid of this Cybernetics core.
Well, he'll probably get it.
See you in hell, Cybernetics core.
Yeah. Here comes the DT, though. This is going to make it a lot harder. I wish that he had just sent the Prism across the map, but maybe he feels like he needs it for defense.
Oh! So 1DT is going to stall this out, but Creator on 2 bases, RagnaroK on 3 now. The Cybernetics core is being remade, which is it's kind of a weird interruption because, Cybernetics core allows you to make everything else in the rest of the game, basically. Yeah. So you have to, when you lose that, it has to be remade.
Okay, well, the DT chases everything back. There are spores up now, though. He immediately rushed into 3 spores as well as the lair when he saw that. Some mortal harassment time. Wow, he just can't kill anything.
Yeah. He's like completely surrounded, and somehow he's fanning out units in every direction. So he sees the time that the third base is going to be taken down here. The harass has not really done that much, to be honest with you. I mean, it's keeping Zerg busy over here, but I think Zerg can basically fend this off and then set up another attack and hit that third base again, right?
Well, I think he's actually going to sit completely defensively now, because he kind of already did all of his aggression. None of it's actually worked that much other than canceling a third base. So I think if you just sit back with your big army, like he droned up to a really reasonable amount, 64. And if he can just defend the next attack that comes, like if he kills off the army, then this becomes a winnable position.
He's going to try to come forward again.
That's a lot of rage.
Yeah, that's a lot. By the way, Crater's done a really good job throughout the series of keeping the Warp Prism alive. Very important.
Yeah, he
the
has
easiest
done
way
that.
to completely have the game backfire and blow up in your face is to lose that Warp Prism.
Yeah. Don't want to do that.
Now, is this actually enough to just kill that? No. You like how I did that play-by-play?
Is this enough to
I was
kill
like, is it
it?
enough?
Nah.
And then as he moves away, I'm like, nah, it's not. You know.
Reminds me of the.
I'm playing RagnaroK subconscious here.
Oh no.
And I hear his creators. He's like, did I leave the iron on? And then the Warp Prism goes down.
Oh god.
Okay, so
well, he just lost 2 immortals and his prism for free.
Yeah.
Just to some biles. That's painful. You know what's really good is 2 immortals and a prism. Imagine if you had 5 immortals here in a prism.
I mean,
same work down.
Yeah, I think we're getting close to a killing blow here. I think RagnaroK, everything's falling into place here.
You think he's gonna kill him?
I think he might. I think he might, man. This looks pretty good.
This is a pretty good Protoss army, Tasteless, too. I don't know why you hate Protoss armies, Tasteless, but this is a good one.
Here we go. He's coming in. A lot of the Banes get through. They are going to connect on top of some of these Stalkers. Okay. Right now, RagnaroK basically like took 2 slices of bread and put them in between Creator's head and then bit his head off.
Oh my god.
Made a Creator face sandwich.
Creator. I just saw the look on his face. He knows that this is going to be
so
over
salty.
now.
Oh man.
This was
I wish we had Creator on camera. You would see how he actually.
He is pretty
hit the
sad
desk.
right now.
Damn.
He is slouched back about as far as you can get. If there's no back to his chair, he'd be on the floor right now.
Yeah. Well, he's not. He's probably not going to win this game, but he's not out of the tournament yet either, man.
That's an understatement. He's probably not going to win this game.
Artosis and I have been watching him. Like the human.
Oh,
Creator.
he just punched his desk.
Yeah, dude. That's actually the second time
he punched his desk so hard I heard it through my headset.
Yeah. I respect it though. He's mad.
Yeah. Oh, well,
he's mad, and you know the games have not gone his way, and so I think at this point in time he's basically playing. Letting
It's
the
rough,
game
man.
Yeah.
This was another game where he could have won this game.
The thing with Creator is he always gets close, right? It's not like he just gets.
He's getting himself into good positions and screws it up. Man, he is as unhappy as you can really get.
Yeah, there's a third desk hit. Look at RagnaroK's like, I love my life.
Well, that is truly a heartbreak for the Creator, man, because honestly, in this series, if you give like his keyboard and mouse to another Protoss Pro in games 1 and 3,
right
after he gets himself into these really great positions, most pros win from there. You can see he's really devastated because that is like now he has to go play Dream and then he has to play either RagnaroK or Parting if he wins that.
Well, I think
that's like
especially for Creator, like getting out first is essential to. I mean, I'm sorry.
It's
getting to the
group.
winners match. Sorry, is essential to really advancing. Like it's hard to imagine him losing here because RagnaroK is a player he could beat. Right? I mean, he did take one game off of him, but I mean, it's not over yet. It is not over yet. It's just it's hard to imagine him surviving this and getting to even the 5th best of 3.
Well, when you're getting yourself into winning positions and then dropping it twice.
Right.
That's.
But you know this is thematic with his games. Like it's he gets far along enough and just can't close it out. Anyways, we have a quick break and when we come back, our 3rd best of 3. Do not go away.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
짜릿한
사이다. 우리 입맛엔 칠성 사이다가 좋아요.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
당신 뭐 핫식스 더킹 아세요?
핫식스 뭐요?
핫식스 더킹.
이거 정말로 맛있는데
제가 오늘 핫식스 더킹 먹었기면 당신은 저한테 계속 빨릴 거예요. 아세요?
이런 악마의 음료 이걸 빠시다니.
그리고 핫식스 더킹 그 빨간 제품 있거든요. 열대 과일 맛이 나요. 열대 과일 맛.
자신 있으세요?
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
해야 됩니다. 원래 3개멸충 찌르고 난 다음에 운영할 것은 일벌레를 찍어야 되는데 박향이가 더 왔었잖아요. 그게 왔다라는 건 찌를 생각이 있다. 끝내려고 한다. 사이클론 컨트롤을 죽여야 되는데 사이클론 하나 더 나왔습니다. 막을 수 있죠.
하나 터뜨리고 안쪽에서
게다가
잡아내네요.
네, 고정호시 사이클론 하면 괜찮아요.
지제 상계 무리군도 좋은데 이 속도로 그냥 뚫어버리면서 이기지 않았습니다. 함락당합니까? 영원합니까?
그걸 막는다고 전태양이 이기는 게 아닙니다. 벌써 인구수가 2배 차이가 나고 있고 결국 벤시가 돌아왔죠. 어윤수 메달이라고 평가받는 2월 22일 날 수요일에 4세트에서 어비선에서 2대1을
그리고 물속이거든요. 여기.
그렇죠.
물속.
어윤수 그럴 수 있잖아요.
심해서
맞출 수 있겠는데요.
뚫어버리는 잡아냅니까 이번에.
게다가 올라오고 제재. 지르벤치 미리 차게 되면 지려
그렇죠. 세타면 여기에 녹아버립니까? 기다리는 소리.
어윤수도 돈을 남당하는 걸 이겼다는 확신 때문에
그렇죠.
올라갔다는 확신 때문에
수요일이에요. 결승전 대결에 시작하였습니다.
서울 싸움에서 싸우면 안 돼요.
폭풍급에 우승하기 위해서 10년간의 tangen진 완벽해져서 돌아온 김대영 선수입니다.
그 10년 동안 잡았던 압도적인 힘으로
세상에서 가장 완벽한 콘서트를 하는데 그 전제는 김대영.
이병렬이 드디어 산다.
그 다음에 이 벽을 열었던 이 8강을 뛰어넘는 모습 드디어 보여줍니까?
근데 저글링이 여왕을 너무 오래 부대끼면 안 됩니다. 그리고 생각보다 맹독충이 원래 일벌레와 함께 터뜨려주는 모습들이 나왔어야 되는데 저글링이 낑겨서 맹독충이 터졌어요. 이병렬 이렇게 또 벽에 부딪히나요.
다 잡았던 경기 지금 여기서 어윤수 선수 반대 미소를 짓고 있어요.
어윤수는 힘으로 시작해서 힘으로 끝내는데요.
그렇죠. 결승전 가기 전까지는 연승의 기쁘다 포스 보여주는 게 어윤수 선수의 결승전 대결에 시작하였습니다.
우리 붙이기 경제입니다. 구분홍석 그 이상을 넘었습니다.
그렇죠. 자 여기 화영차님 들어가면서 쐐기를 받고 있습니다. 13개 잡혔거든요. 또 남을 둘 상대는
Zest cannot be stopped. He's lost 14 probes. He's not doing enough damage on the other side of the map against the Zerg. I think this might just be curtains right here. GG. Soup getting a 3-0.
Oh, he might have done it. Suir just committing with mass Roach Ravager, having less workers, less economy, but the better upgrade so huge throughout this as well. Cyril unable to hang on, and he has been eliminated. Su doing the impossible.
He's going to try and catch some of these roaches with his force field, but those sentries are low on energy, Todd. A lot of them were just warped in. Another wave is good, but the Bile's breaking through. The roaches and Hydras crashing over. He's trying to warp in more sentries, but one of the Immortals has already fallen. And without the War Prison to pick them up to safety, another Immortal is going to go down. And with that, unfortunately, Heroes last Immortal falls. GG. who's having another roll of the dice to see if he can get that championship. Doing all the damage too. You do not have much left, my friend. There's 4 Immortals and just about any roaches. GG is called, and first blood goes to Stat. My God, Su just cannot break through Stat's defenses. He truly is the shield. The reinforcements from the Natural doing their best, but the Immortals just hang strong. They've got their hardened shields as well, and Stat is not going to slow down. He can just move to victory here. The Immortals are all but untouched. Stat's in. Su says, I'm out of here. Stat 2-0. He does have a reinforcement of Chargeboss on the left-hand side. The Immortals doing damage in the middle, but this time the defensive line is being broken. Su is starting to chip through the defenses of Stats. Stats Prism Micro is godlike, but Su's just got great numbers. These Hydras hitting at pace. And finally, he finds the fight that he's been looking for in 3 games now. On his worst map, Stats taps out Su, strikes back, and I'll tell you what, Maynard, the Mainlings are still chasing up at those probes. The Zealots wash against them, but they take tons of splash damage. Su pressing the issue against the High Templar, managing to get away from those Mainlings. The Mainlings starting it again, forcing an Archon, killing a High Templar. Su's army is getting thinned out, but I don't think it's been thinned out enough. He's surrounding these Immortals, and it is looking like it's all over here. There it is. Su's starting it up. A lot more links are coming through. Both players in a relatively low economic situation, which is not so great for the Zerg. The Baylor's getting they connect to the High Templar there. The Archon's being morphed, which is not part of the battle. The Zealots are going into a concave of Zerg units here. Su doing the damage again. Stats is starting to lose a bunch of units, but Su has lost a lot of drones. Is this it? Can Stats break through? Su's got that concave. He's pressing it back. The Prism is in danger here, but his Queen starting to take the damage here. Su's just standing and fighting. Is this it? He's done it. The War Prism's gone. There's no third base behind this. That's gonna be it. Stats, you attacked yourself into a corner, and he taps out. Su's done it. Oh, he's done it. The curse has been broken here in Poland. Su, you magnificent. You magnificent. Oh my God. In front of all of us here, in front of tens of thousands.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
마법의 음료 하식스를 마시게 되면은 엔돌핀이 확 돌면서 머리에 수분이 공급되고 그리고 뇌가 바로바로 한 모금만 마셔도 뭔가 알 거야. 100ml 더 늘어나고 마시게 되면 진짜 마법의 음료. 신제품 빨강색.
반칙 그것은 전설의 음료 하식스.
볼 때 하식스 많이 마시자. 진짜 괜찮지?
맛있다 이거.
파랑색, 빨강색 맛 여러분들 많이들 진짜 마셔주시고 진짜로 거짓말 안 치고 맛있습니다.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
라운드 오브 24 파티 원이상 드림 조중형 크리에이터 장현우 라그날로 신이범 아프리카 TV 브레이크업 스튜디오 라이브
Korean Rainer, is that you?
2020
what year?
GSL season Code S.
Oh, this tournament?
Showdown.
Okay, showdown. That's funny. I was actually thinking the other day, if I could just ask Jim Raynor one thing, it would be what year is it?
It's great. It's me, Time Bones. I finally got back. It's like, what day is it? He's like, Wednesday. I'm like, the year. 220. I'm like, oh my God. It's time to do what I needed to do and cast these games.
Time Bones.
Time Bones. It's my time traveling name.
It's so funny. Oh my
Seriously,
God.
if I could time travel, I'd just go right back to the start of StarCraft and win every tournament.
Yeah. Well, they would catch up to you pretty fast. They'd be like, wait, what are you doing?
Maybe like month 2, they're like, who? The white guy? No, he's gone.
Yeah, he had a couple cool strats, but...
Well, RagnaroK's having a good day. Parting's having a good day. Creator, not so much. We'll see what happens with him. He lost a game, obviously upset. Tournament matters a lot to him, but now we're going to have one of these two players advance. Parting or RagnaroK.
Purity in Industry. That's exciting.
Purity in Industry, Parting and RagnaroK. I'll take it.
All right. Yeah, it's just this map gets vetoed a lot, but I actually quite like this one.
What do you like more about it? Is it the purity part or the industry part?
Honestly, the purity part.
I agree. That's
Yeah,
a better
I
part
think
of
it
the
looks
map.
a lot
Yeah.
better, yeah.
Okay, guys, game 1 is up. Again, the winner of this best of 3 moves on to the round of 16. Let's go.
퍼포먼스로 앞서가다 LG 울트라 기어와 넘버원 에너지 드링크 핫식스가 이번 전투를 지원한다고.
Thank you, Korean Rainer.
드래곤 피닉스 게임 파트 1 이상. 라그나로크 신이범.
Okay, that's enough Korean Rainer. Now it's time for us to talk.
Ball hog. Ball hog. Oh my god. So here we are, parting doing a non-scouting nexus. Wouldn't that be funny? There's like 3 barracks outside his main again.
I thought he was Zerg. I wasn't paying attention to the countdown.
Yeah.
Here's the purity part of the map. And they destroyed it with industry. There was once a beautiful forest here. All the Fern Gully creatures are gone.
Purity is this side, right?
No, this is the industry side. It's
No.
Protoss Concrete over here, Artosis.
Dude, that's purity.
No.
And then
how would
industry,
the plant side of the map be industry?
It's not plant side, you buffoon.
It's
the middle of the map is green. Okay, that's the plants. This side over here is the Terran theme, which is industry.
You're right.
Holy God,
I thought there was
tasteless.
more green over here.
Oh my.
But then how would this be more pure? Because what, it's alien stuff?
Listen.
It's like a futuristic, like
I'm about to go
IKEA
be
over here?
creator in a 1v1 and put your face under where his fist is gonna go for this mistake. Okay? It's gonna
That
be
was
like
good.
a Gallagher melon, okay?
Yeah.
You're out of here, tasteless, thinking this
My
was
head
the
just
industry side.
explodes into oatmeal.
So you actually like the other side better than this side?
You like this side better?
Yes! It's so pure. Look at it.
But the other side's so industry. I mean, look at that nice concrete. You could get some chalk out and, you know, play some hopscotch.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
You could play a nice basketball game there.
It reminds me of home.
Yeah.
Especially the places it tells you to build missile turrets.
Uh-oh, he's going to get slowed down. Well, let's just keep the camera on this and find out which this overlord's going to be killed. All right.
Oh. You should see the look on RagnaroK's face right now. We should just keep their faces on camera the whole time. This is like one of my favorite things is knowing that something bad is about to happen to a player and then looking at their face. It's like what I do.
This is a thing. This is actually something we don't talk about very much, but oftentimes we turn our chairs and face the large screen almost like we're in a movie theater and just look at the players' faces because you get so much more out of it.
Yeah. You get to live that moment with them. Okay, Overlord speed actually on the way. This is 4-gate glaives with prism opener.
Again, I think Parting is absolutely capable of just taking this one. You know, he's always going to come in here with something very strong and very aggressive. But I think RagnaroK's a really good match for Parting. I feel like both these guys should be very even.
Yeah, well, like, honestly, that last series, I wasn't a huge fan of RagnaroK's play, even though in general I'm a big fan of his play lately. He's been playing really well for, like, not a year yet, maybe, but right around there. Oh, a probe is in there. That's super cool. He's going to take a Nexus over here. Oh, I like that a lot.
Well, this is,
in fact, they always
playing
go,
the map.
Yeah, they always go, or generally, they'll go layer against these Adept builds. So then it's easier to keep that Nexus up.
When you see the 3 Adepts come out, do you immediately think that, okay, there's a probe that's been sent to the island?
I bet you don't.
Really?
Yeah, I bet you don't, because like it might just be that he has 3 Adepts. You know? Stuff like that can occur, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, maybe though. Could be a high-level read.
Okay, that was a good juke there. And he's going to send 2 more Adepts down here at the bottom.
Parting is killing it right now. Look at that, the DPS of the Queen's not so high, picking off so many more workers.
Yeah, these Adepts are just doing so much damage. 19 kills.
Only 23
We're like
drones
5 minutes into this game right now.
Yeah, he lost the
Protoss
prison.
literally doubling the workers of or nearly doubling the workers of his opponent now. And, you know, when you do damage like that early on, a lot of times the follow-up attack will be very strong as well.
And look at this. He actually throws on 3 batteries because he's like, okay, I just have to make sure I do not die here.
Yeah. A lot of Zergs would actually all in from here and be like, no.
He's just droning.
Yeah, which actually might work out pretty well here.
Yeah, certainly. If you're making all these shield batteries and playing a more passive game. It's kind of funny, by the way, that you invest in the Overlord speed and then still take that much damage. Okay, he's going to see the 3 batteries there.
So he knows he's got a little bit more time he can buy, but there is going to be a follow-up attack coming here. Now, he never scouted the island, so he's probably reading this as a 2-basing Protoss, not a 3-basing Protoss, so he might end up having a bad read on when the attack's coming, and he won't be adequately droned up like he should be.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Is that actually, yeah, that's one of his units at the top left base, so he's actually checked a lot of the other locations.
Unless he just knows that there's a 3rd base because he did that the read on the 3 Adepts, but we can't get inside his head to know that for sure. But the fact that he's making 12 lings now, it seems like he's anticipating an attack, which is going to be a little bit later.
Yeah.
Which actually, even though he's making... Okay, here we go.
He's checking now.
Oh, RagnaroK just shook his head when he saw that.
Yeah. He has read this wrong. At least it answers our question. Whether or not he could read that. All right, the layer is on the way, but again, it's very, very late. Parting sees this, and that has to give him a smile, because that means that your Nexus here is so completely safe. It is so long before a Nidus or Mutas, or drops even. Quite a few sentries in this army.
Parting's going to have such a strong push coming up here.
Yeah, he is.
You know, had that first Adept Shade not gone untouched once it got to the natural, I think we'd have a closer game, but
yeah,
you know, when you do damage like that. But look, this is a really well prepped build here by Parting for this map specifically. This is not a strategy that you can recreate on other maps.
No, certainly.
This is a lot of times when we have former world champions, it's the most interesting to see what they do on the new maps. Even though Parting was, you know, the best player in the world so long ago, it shows that he has the mind where he can basically see the best way to play a map right when he looks at it. You know, where a lot of other players, they might not have a good handle on the map early on, but as other players figure it out, they can catch on and implement their own stuff. But look at this.
Recall is off cooldown, so if he does not have a warping round here, this base will die.
Yep.
He needs a warping round right now.
Now, I think he's just going to lose his base, but let's also point out that these units, these Zerg units just can't get back home. So, in fact, this may make this push here even better, and even though he takes out the 3rd base already paid for this push to come in here. Now the question is, can RagnaroK actually hold on and not die to this attack? And right now, I think the answer is it's going to be very hard for him to hold this off.
Yes, indeed. It looks like a 3 Roach drop going to the main base now as well. So RagnaroK trying to do enough damage that if he holds this, he has a chance in this game. But this blink forward from Parting, so strong. A ton of Guardian shields up right now. Some good force fields went down as well. And Parting seems like he has enough army to take this out.
Okay, he's going to come in here and just... drones are being pulled. Always a sign of desperation. And, you know, I love the blink on top again. When you know that you're dominating, just come in there and dive. But at the same time, you actually lost a decent amount of Stalkers there. Maybe that was not a good move. Hold on.
I think he's still fine. But he's lost a lot of probes during this too, let's not forget, right? So his economy is falling apart.
The War Prism is gone. Am I... I don't see...
No, it's behind everything.
Oh,
but
you're right. You're right. Good call.
Oh my God, is it happening to him as well? RagnaroK like almost dies to everything and then just does enough damage. I thought he was actually going to be able to break him, but maybe that last blink forward that we saw was not as good.
Look at RagnaroK having a great day. He's like, I'm destroying the feelings of other players.
Yeah. He's like, I don't know. I should have lost all the games today, but everything's working out.
Parting, I actually thought his attack was going to win. I almost think if we went back and watched that fight again, I think when he blinked on top the second time,
yes,
was like overkill because there was too much there.
Yeah, I think that's right. he was zoning out a lot of roaches, then he kind of blinked on top of them. So I think that was a little bit of an error from Parting. But after he killed that many drones and had the third base, it felt like that should not have been a Parting losing that, basically.
Ever Dream for map number 2. Parting keeping his cool here. He wants to. I mean, if you're in the winners, you just want to eke out that win. Just squeeze out ahead and
I'd want to play more games.
Artosis. They can play more games at home, Artosis.
Oh, that's right. They probably will go home and play more games, too. Okay.
Ever Dream for game number 2. Party vs. RagnaroK continues on.
전투 준비 완료.
Wow, wow, wow.
드래곤 피닉스 게임 파티 1 이상.
This, my friend, is a cannon rush.
Good.
Or there's a tiny chance it's not, but normally
he's going to gate
the
there and then gate outside his base.
라그나록 신이범.
Yeah, there is there is a build where you go ahead and wall at top of your ramp and then go down and expand. And then generally what you do is you get a quicker 3 gates, which helps you finish walling off your natural.
Shinny Bum is what I call Artosis' tushy. Yep. Stop messing around. Focus on the cast, Artosis, all right? You're
sorry.
like, if he goes 3 gates, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, Artosis. Artosis, pay attention.
Yeah.
Now.
Okay, so it is, as we see, cannon rush stasis.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. But where's that pylon at?
It's coming.
And look at this.
You see that probe arc up, you go, uh-oh. Well, I guess I am against Party. Okay, come on, you gotta finish the wall.
When you pull the drones, I'm like, do you know who you're against?
Yeah.
Parting is not a man that lets his cannon rushes not work.
Yeah.
There's only a few players like this that really know how to pull off cannon rushes to this degree.
There's a real art to this, a real balancing act. See, now notice he cancels that because he knows exactly how much HP cannon can take from certain angles to still finish and then take the fight.
He knows the surface area that they can take, and he knows exactly how to do it, how much money he needs and everything. It's very important stuff. Now, there are spines on the way, which I think is cool. I think this is good. You should just definitely pull back at this point. Good, he lost no drones. This is an excellent play.
I believe all 3 of these cannons will hit the hatchery. Yep. I'm like, I think 2 of them will, but the one on the left won't.
No, that's a pylon.
Oh, I'm sorry. That one in the back doesn't. My bad, y'all.
Okay,
now,
so
the hatch is at half health. The damage with 2 cannons hitting this comes down very fast, but I think the Lings can soak up enough damage, and then it's like, even if they kill 1 spine, they're still then 3 to 3. So does he want to just target down the hatchery?
You know what? He didn't target very quickly, and now there's more Lings coming. So this actually ends up just not working. Doesn't that look like a weird alien hand that's playing the piano?
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say playing StarCraft, but yes. Look, there's just alien fingers macroing.
My God.
Parting's like, well, time to play this one out.
That was a sick alien hand.
Yeah.
Well, RagnaroK is very low on drones.
Remember in the single player when you have to play as Kerrigan in Heart of the Swarm and like you get attacked by a giant alien guy and he's like wiggling his little fingers around,
he's like slapping the ground and you have to move it. I'm like, oh, is this what playing League of Legends is like?
That's what I felt like. Okay, I guess there's going to be a MOBA in development now.
And there was.
Yes. Okay. I mean, I believe on paper,
let's see what
2 pros against each other. I think the Zerg's supposed to take this, but it's Parting.
Dude, the Oracle,
and he's won many games with cannon rushes, but he's also had the cannon rushes fail and then won with a follow-up. So,
yeah,
one of the reasons why he has so much success with this is he does it so much. He knows all the ins and outs of it.
Yeah, it seems as if though the spores will be done, so Oracle's not going to really do very much here. I almost feel like I would I would like pool 3 oracles and fly and try to get the hatch of the natural. Just like try to get it. Like, no, you deserve to die. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's never a pretty game post failed cannon rush. Yeah. You know?
Well, that's no fun.
But hey, at least he's got a stalker at that third.
Yeah, gonna deny a third base if it ever comes.
Is there a really good follow-up here for Zerg to try to do their own all-in and just crush him out? Or is it just better to skate through with a macro game and just try to...
I feel like I would macro up.
Yeah,
like maybe,
me too.
Maybe, well, the thing, maybe I get too fancy, but I would like kind of brainstorm on like, okay, I have 4 spines. How do I make these, you know, worthwhile? Like, do I want to go
like right into mutas?
Right into layer, you know? Doesn't seem like a very good choice, though.
Watch this. Yeah, that was not the best thing I've ever seen. I'm setting the hatchery up anyways.
Watch this, Tesa says.
Yeah. Watch carefully,
Watch him
everybody.
lose a stalker and take some damage on the Oracle.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Again, RagnaroK just so good and pulling away there. That was a lot of damage that was taken on those Oracles, only to get 3 drones.
And, I mean, it looks like Parting's just trying to get into a pretty normal game from here. His worker count's still ahead of RagnaroK, so that's something.
Right.
Roach Warren on the way. Yeah, this is such a weird game. It's hard. I'm trying to get into my head, like, how this is going to look in 2 minutes. And it's very difficult.
It's a very... Post-failed cannon rush is always a funny-looking game, right? Okay, he's going to come in again here.
But he's going really quick blink.
Okay, that was pretty sick.
Yeah, that was some good micro right there. Oh, he saves it. Nice.
Yeah. Always keeping 2 alive is a good thing.
The drone count, getting pretty low once again. Gonna have to re-drone. Yeah, I wonder with this, like he's getting blink right away, and now going into Forge, is he gonna make the 3rd Nexus?
I think
He's got
so.
a probe out there, so it certainly seems that way.
I think he is, but there's always the possibility that he's trying to make it look like he's going to do this and there's actually an attack, right?
Yeah.
And so Lings are going to come in here again, and they don't see it yet. I mean, sometimes just having that, okay, he is going to get it.
All right, the Oracle's still flying around a bit. Layer just started. Prism is on the way, so he's going to try to get something done.
Yeah, Zerg, you know, with a 3rd base pretty fresh here, he's going to drone that up, but he'll eventually have to get a 4th. And that, but there is going to be, if the Protoss commits to this 3rd base of his own, he's going to have a pretty strong timing attack to hit the Zerg's 4th. And so that may be the climax of this game here.
Yeah, that might be where he's
Or that you
looking
could say
to
the
hit.
climax of the game was the cannon rush and everything else is like a long credits scene, you know? The credits are coming down and Parting's dead, but we have to see, as the credits end, that's where the plot twist happens. It's like one of those Marvel movies where you got to sit through the credits the whole time.
Oh, yeah. Don't do that. Okay, well, he is moving out. He didn't overproduce probes. He's still got more probes than there are drones, though.
Okay, this push is coming out. Now, there's already 2 spines up to defend the 3rd over here. Here we go. And there's Ravagers here as well to drive this away, too. Now, even though the force fields are pretty good, this is a larger arc here for the Zerg. It's very hard to actually squeeze your way through this narrow area.
Yeah, he's got a lot of force fields, though. So
he does.
He definitely can start shaving some things down.
A small counterattack. Yep,
Yeah,
I like this.
That's good. It's quite good.
He's going to try to come up here. And, I mean, you need to warp in something to fight this. I mean, I think spines might be too far forward here.
Yeah, I think it's to help zone him over at the choky ramp so that he can get his vials off.
Okay, he kills off all those workers and
then... yeah, that was actually that counterattack.
Oh
it seems
my
like
God.
this is what RagnaroK is doing really well, is a lot of counterattacks.
Yeah.
You know what he's trying? He's trying to be Rainer, basically. He's like just counterattacking the whole time and trying to run his Ravagers around to kill prisms and stuff.
Yeah, it's really good. It's
Kinda
simple.
reminds me of Rainer's play.
No, I totally see what you're saying. The Lings are going to come over here again.
I'm excited.
Now, he has enough to kill the Lings, but if he can just kill some more probes, that's like basically all you need. And now there's just Stalkers over here. This is never going to cut it.
Yeah, this is not HOTS anymore. Stalkers don't just kill everything Zerg has.
Oh!
Uh-oh. No worries.
Queens are pulled here. He's just going to try to come in with an all-in, I guess? Oh,
no, we're going to get some Disruptors out, so I don't think you're going to be able to do that.
Zerg should take a 4th then. No, he's just going to go for it, Artosis.
Yeah. Well, he's going to try to slow down as much as possible. Disruptors can get really good hits on armies like this.
This is so much. All the Queens are coming down. Now, this is a very long travel distance, by the way, that RagnaroK is choosing to do. I mean, when you see the Queens coming, you know you're getting all in, but it's like, okay, I have so much time here to try to brace for this attack that's coming.
Look how many sentries he has.
Yeah.
When Parting finally does take this battle, like, his micro is good, let's not forget.
Yeah.
That is a lot of force fields. I know that the Biles wreck them, but you still have a certain amount of time with them.
Okay, actually, the first split was pretty perfect there from RagnaroK.
Just a couple units. All right, some stasis wards end up going down right there.
The disruptor shots are going to be the most important thing to watch for here.
Oh, some Biles there connect just beautifully. Another couple of Ravagers go down to another disruptor shot.
I think Parting's going to hold this.
I think so.
Yeah. Oh my God, the War Prison was shot down. I don't even know what it was doing over there.
That was Creator's War Prison. It had 2 Immortals in it. Oh, blink forward here. It looks like Parting thinking that he's got this now. Some more Lings do come in, though. Yeah, it looks like a hole.
Sick. Parting takes it.
Very nice.
Yeah, I thought the all-in was
an interesting game.
Well, it was a questionable all-in, I think, from RagnaroK. I don't think he had to do that, but I think he thought, oh, wait a minute,
After he held the Cannon Rush, like anytime I see a Cannon Rush held, I feel like it's good for Zerg, but he was very low on drones. He never really caught up. And then the Oracle Harassment did a reasonable amount.
Yeah, he got 10 drones on one of those.
Yeah, one of the flyovers he did.
Guerrilla attacks he did. Well, what does Parting do for Game 3? I wouldn't put it past him to do another Cannon Rush even. One thing about Parting is he will always Cannon Rush in one game in a best of 3.
Yeah, generally. It's kind of like a fun little side game. It's like, how many Cannon Rushes are we going to see tonight?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Is he going to play Creator? Because if he does, 2.
He's like a typecasted anime guy. Yeah. Where he's like, oh, that's Cannon guy. And he's like, well, I can do normal plays too. And he does that, but he's like, aha, cannons. And you're like, yeah, that's in his name. You know what I'm saying?
That's in his name.
Yeah. It's like guy with firepower. Like, he's also good, but like in the fight, in the manga, it's like it's going to be some fire attack later on. And we're going to see it. That's going to make it or break it, right?
That's true. Until you realize a lot of manga.
Because I called it manga. Yeah.
드래곤 피닉스 게이밍 파티 1 이상. 라그나로크 신이범.
Shinny bum.
It's me.
That's you, Artosis. Shinny bum. Slap your butt. Get out there and cast that game.
I filed a complaint with
That's
HR,
right, yeah.
but we don't have an HR department. They're like, shut up, Artosis. There's plenty of casters that would die to be in your position, Artosis. I'm like, but I just don't feel comfortable, Artosis.
Okay, what's it gonna be? Now, I think he's making it look like, oh, maybe I'm gonna counter rush you.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm gonna scout you.
Makes the Overlord fly back a little bit.
And he's like, oh, are you gonna? He's like, maybe I'm gonna put a kid over here. You better come check.
He's not buying it.
Yeah.
Not buying it at all. I wish he had Cannon Rushed.
The probe's hiding in the corner of the base. Come over here, I'm making cannons. Little booger comes out of his nose for a second.
You're right, that probe is a little dweeb.
Dweeb probe, yeah. Now, what kind of game is Party going to play here? We know that he's capable of playing straight up, of course, but you know, if we go back to that first game, I thought Parting's strategy succeeded. It seemed like his control was what backfired. You know, a lot of times when you see a Protoss player with a lot of stalkers and they're winning the fight, really winning the fight, one of the signature moves is they just blink over the army.
Yeah.
On top of
blunking.
Yeah. And that way it's like, okay, now your stalkers are literally, because you have so many, you're willing to have them body block a retreating army.
Yeah.
Like they can't run away and everything dies. But when you see people blunk and they're actually in a close fight, then they lose all the stalkers.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we had happen in game 1.
That's what we call patience blink micro.
Yes.
That's when your blunk gets dunked.
Yeah. That's when you get to flunk the blunk.
That's when your game smells like a skunk.
Yeah. And your nerd body gets put in the trunk. Yeah! We are poets.
Yeah, we basically are.
That's going to be in our new album. Our new hip-hop album.
If we get a couple face tattoos and put this on SoundCloud, I mean, sky's the
mumble
limit,
rap
bro.
it? Yeah, I would love to have. I would love to see Artosis mumble rapping.
Yeah?
Yeah. You go like, it's barely audible from cross in my bass, in my bass, in my face. Like, yeah.
Sounds like a good song.
Artosis music is so good. Someone give this guy some more downers. Trying to think of more mumble rap songs for Artosis. No skill, they have got no skill. something inaudible, no skill. Okay, so we got 10 roaches coming here and a roach warren. This is going to be a glaives upgrade that's about to finish here.
Yeah, third base is coming up. Let's see if he makes anything more than that. Okay, handful of roaches. Layer on the way. Layer not necessarily needed. We don't see a dark shrine or anything. This is third base for parting, so it shouldn't get too aggressive.
What is it with the Protoss and capes? An Adept has a cape, right?
Of course.
Yeah. But we never call Adepts cape boys.
Well, they
cape
would
girls.
look really stupid. The shades would look really stupid if they didn't have capes.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I think probably the original Adept artwork maybe didn't have a cape, and then they're like, oh, we need
Is it
capes.
more of a cape, or is that just like, it's only at the bottom? You know, I think a cape has to start at the shoulders, correct?
That's a good question.
I don't know garments well enough to call what that is. Okay, another...
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, now this one's just caught, and this is shut down, whereas, let's not forget, in the game, that party was... no, I mean... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this for party. It's not over, but that really didn't do much of anything at all. There's more Lings and Ravagers being made. Is there a possibility of a counterattack here?
Well, there's a 100% chance of a counterattack. And it looks pretty darn scary. He did fully wall one entrance towards his base, so at least gives him just one front. But there is a lot coming for him, and he does not have much at all. His DPS is like 0 here against these Lings.
Yeah, let's see how the force fields go. He needs to completely block that off. The Lings, almost some of them getting through. He breaks that down. Another wall comes in. But RagnaroK is very quick with this. The Lings continuing to surround and crush.
Well, I think that he is in some trouble here. Those, oh my god, the Bile's just landing beautifully. The Immortal goes down. This other one, oh, trying to get pulled back. Cannot quite do it, though.
GG. RagnaroK is the first player to move out of this group.
All right.
Party, obviously not thrilled that he didn't get out first, but I think he still got a real chance to get out of this group.
Yeah, sure. It's RagnaroK very happy with himself. Definitely well deserved. He's just been such a strong up-and-coming Zerg here.
Yeah, he's great.
Now, this kind of breaks my heart, though, because now it's like Parting and Dream. Those, I really like both those players so much, Tasteless.
I know.
I like them so much that I get nervous and I can't tell them how much I like them.
And then you can't cast because you're too busy cheering for them. when Dream came in today, I was like,
선수 바로 만나보겠습니다.
We're gonna have an interview with RagnaroK.
네.
Congratulations
먼저
on the win.
16강 진출
Thank you.
소감부터
So how do you feel
들어보겠습니다.
after qualifying for the round of 16?
오늘 올라간 거는 태양이 형 덕분인 것 같습니다.
Well, I think I went up because
덕분일까요?
thanks to TY.
제가
Why is that?
태양이 형 유튜브를 봤는데
Well, I was watching TY's
제가
YouTube,
떨어진다고 돼 있더라고요.
and apparently he said that I'm going to get eliminated, and hence that's why I won today.
떨어진다고 해서 느낌이 좋았다. 알겠습니다. 오늘 첫 경기의 마지막
Today.
세트도 또 승자전의 마지막 세트도 이 공격력으로
Today you played really aggressively in your first match and in the winners
어떠셨을까요?
match. Why was that?
원래 제가 공격적인 것도 있는데
Well, I
원래
tend to be
그냥
aggressive.
우리는 좋아하진 않아요 사실. 근데
But I don't really like the all-in plays.
상대방이 말도 안 되는 막 배제를 하고 계속 멀티를 먹거나 그러면은 제가 못 참아요 그런 거를.
But I felt like my
그런 게 좀 많이 나왔던 것
opponents
같아요.
were being a little bit too overconfident in their plays, and I definitely countered them right.
경기를 따라가면서 결국 역전을 해낸 건데요. 그럼 그 경기도 상대가 말도 안 되는 플레이를
And
했기
you know
때문에
the match
또
against
올인을
Creator,
하는
you
걸까요?
did turn around
올인의
turn the game around in the later phase of
원래는
the
이제
game.
그 저글링이
How did that work?
그냥 이제 상대방을 좀 쫄게 만들려고 보호막 충전소 같은 거 좀 많이 건설하게 만들려고.
Well, I did use the Zerglings
한
a lot,
건데
and you know I tried that because I wanted my opponent to go for many shield batteries.
갑자기 불리해졌더라고요. 근데 거기서 현우가 좀 안전하게 멀티를 먹었으면은.
And I feel like Creator made a mistake because he should have just went for different multi instead of going aggressive.
한 멀티를 취소시킨 게 좀 많이 컸던 것 같아요.
And I think that was really instrumental to his loss.
특유의 공격력으로 2명의 프로토스를 잡고 16강에 진출했습니다.
With your unique style of aggressive plays, now you move on to round 16.
IM 예선이나 슈토 예선 이런 탈락의 아쉬움이
You did
있었는데
get eliminated from the preliminaries of IM Katowice and GSL Super Tournament. And currently your GSL high is the round of 8. What about this year?
후로 이제 슈토도 그러니까 작년 슈토도
Ever since qualifying for the round of 8,
IM도 지고 이번 슈토도
I lost IM, I lost the GSL Super Tournament.
때 뭔가 방송에서 게임하는 게 갑자기 8강 때처럼 잘 안 되고.
But last year, ever since the GSL Super Tournament, I felt like my performance on stream has been quite bad.
좋아가지고 오늘까지 만약에 느낌이 안 좋고 떨어지면은
And you know, I would have been devastated if I lost today.
오늘 오자마자 세팅을 좀 했는데.
You know, I came here to the venue and then I was doing my settings and I had good feeling about today.
느낌이 굉장히 좋아서 오늘 그냥 하루 종일 기분 좋았습니다.
But you know, just today I was really happy throughout the day.
만들어내서 참 다행이라는 생각이 듭니다. 오랜만에 오프라인 무대에 참 긴장이
And
많이
it's your offline match
되셨을 거예요. 마지막으로
in many
팬들에게
moons.
한마디 들어보겠습니다.
And do you want to say anything to your fans?
이제 팬분들이 너무 응원을 많이 해주셔가지고.
Well, my fans have supported me and encouraged me a lot.
성적을 잘 낸 게이머도 아닌데.
And I'm not a gamer who puts on you know, steady performance and good performance.
사랑을 받고 있어가지고 행복하고.
And you know, I'm just really happy that I
많이들 걱정하시는데.
I received so much love from my fans. And this serves as a good motivation for me to try harder.
왔으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 더 열심히 하고 있다.
And please do continue to support for me.
다시 한번 진출 축하드립니다.
Once again, congratulations on your advancement. Thank
자,
you.
이렇게 D조의 1위 진출자
Thank you, Andy.
선수 만나봤는데요. 계속해서
Okay,
GSL
I'm very happy to see
무대
RagnaroK
안내해
advance.
드립니다.
Yeah, very good player. I think he's going to make an exciting round of 16. I'm sad, though, because kind of all these players in this group are kind of fun for various reasons.
Sure. Up next, we're going to have the elimination match and see if Creator can hang on. He's having a hard day today.
He is.
I think this seems to be a worse day for him than other round of 32s or 24s.
The thing is, I actually think he was playing very well until he was winning.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're going to go to that best of 3 after the short break. Do not go away.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
짤짤이 맞칠성 사이다 정답이 맞칠성 사이다
70년이 사이다 칠성 사이다. 우리 입맛엔 칠성 사이다가 좋아요.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
당신 뭐 핫식스 더킹 아세요?
핫식스 뭐요?
핫식스 더킹.
이거 정말로 맛있는데
제가 오늘 핫식스 더킹 먹었기면 당신은 저한테 빨릴 거예요. 아세요?
이런 악마의 음료 이걸 빠시다니.
그리고 핫식스 더킹 그 빨간 제품 있거든요. 열대 과일 맛이 나요. 열대 과일 맛.
자신 있으세요?
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
마법의 음료 하식스를 마시게 되면은 엔돌핀이 확 돌면서 머리에 수분이 공급되고 그리고 뇌가 바로바로 한 모금만 마셔도 뭔가 알 거야. 100ml 더 늘어나고 마시게 되면 진짜 마법의 음료. 신제품 빨강색.
반칙 아닙니까? 그것은 전설의 음료 핫식스.
올 때 핫식스 많이 마시자. 진짜 괜찮지?
맛있다 이거.
파랑색, 빨강색 맛 여러분들 많이들 진짜 마셔주시고 진짜로 거짓말 안 치고 맛있습니다.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
라운드 오브 24 파티 원이상 드림 조중현 크리에이터 장현우 라그날로 신이범 아프리카 TV 브레이크업 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 1 코드 S 쇼다운.
The tasteless remix. Much better than the original.
I would love to hear a complete remix by you.
Thank you.
Like a whole song.
I'm like, do you mean that?
Yes. I think it would be hilarious if you just took GSL songs and we just remix it all together with just your voice making all the noises.
Kind of
you'd probably hear it and like you would go deaf from hearing it because it's so bad.
Now, in this match that we have, a little, side note, if you're just now tuning, Creator was not a happy bear. After losing that first series, he had some of the games won, did not pull through. Dream's looking very good, though. Dream seems to be very calm and collected.
Yeah, he looked great against Parting. Oh, Golden Wall! So sick. So sick, Tasteless.
So sick. I'm excited to see what's going to happen on this map. Now, again, can Creator keep it together? It's like he's winning sometimes, but he falls apart. Dream is looking better than ever, too. This is a real tough match here for Creator. It's one I think he could take, but I'm not sure that he will take it.
No. Dream definitely has to be the favorite. He looked good against Parting, but let's see what Creator can do.
전투 준비 완료. 퍼포먼스로 앞서가다 LG 울트라 기어와 넘버원 에너지 드링크 핫식스가 이번 전투를 지원한다고. 지네어 그린윙즈 크리에이터 장윤. 브레이브스타 게임 드림 조중혁.
I have just made Artosis is laughing so hard that his mic is away from his face. I just did something that's so funny that no one else will ever know. But oh my God, he's crying. It was so funny. This is great because we have makeup on too because we're on camera. So now your mascara's running and everything.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, Tasteless.
Yeah. They're gonna think that you're so upset because you really wanted Creator to get to the round of 5, but okay.
So what do we have going on, Tasteless?
I don't know. Real quick thing on this map. He's still laughing. There's no point in me trying to explain to you guys what I did because you have to see it for it to be funny. But the important thing about this map, while Artosis tries to collect himself, is that it's split into 2 platforms. There's a lower platform, and then there's the upper platform, which takes up about 2/3 of the map. And so most of the game is played on the upper platform, but you do see pushes go through there, and the 2 platforms are split between these gold bases that are there. So you're tempted to take the gold base, but of course you can get either above or below it, depending on which side they took it on, and hit them from there too.
Cool story, bro.
That's yeah.
Why do you try so hard, Jesus? Why don't you just quit already? All right. So, Stargate opener. I'm excited to see this. Like, a Stargate opener is not what I expected. Most people play taking a pretty quick gold, going into Blink, and then Charge. And just kind of massing up basic units, but kind of interesting to see it's a Stargate.
He might be hoping that the Terran's going to be the one that's going to be trying to take the gold base first, and maybe he can go for some kind of a punish there.
Maybe.
This is a map we haven't seen like a ton of games of, which always means there could be some unexpected strategies.
Totally.
Problem is, whenever we have these kind of maps, is they're very likely to get vetoed because pros want to play on maps that are more standard because that's what they usually do.
Yeah. Well, opening up with Phoenixes, cool. We'll see how that goes. So this is This is kind of interesting. Look at this, right? He's getting a Cyclone, but going into quick 3 barracks? Am I looking at this correctly? Or is this quick 2 barracks?
Gotta get another shot of it on camera here.
I think it's quick 2 barracks, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind, it's like a reactor barracks and then a second barracks.
One more, yeah. Robo has started now over here for Creator. Now again, Creator raged after he lost his first series. And I mean, he was very, very angry, complete with the fist slam on the desk.
Yeah.
So the question now is, you know, it's not just about what kind of strategy is he going to use or what kind of build or all that. It's also, what is his mindset going in here? Is he able to take that negative energy and utilize it into a better game here in the second best of 3 for him today? Or is it going to cause more distraction, cause more tilt?
Well, I hope he's calmed down because I think you have to put out a really strong game against Dream.
You know, I think people sometimes don't appreciate what a true marathon a group like this is, you know?
Yeah. I mean, occasionally we see someone just bash their way out like 2-0-2-0, but
yeah,
more often than not it is a gruesome fight. Even for RagnaroK there, that was like a bunch of close games and he won 2-1-2-1.
It's really a complex thing when you have 4 top-tier players and they all can watch the games themselves too while it's going on. I mean, you have to be just a really strong player to come out and survive that.
Absolutely.
And let's not forget, Parting is waiting for the winner of this series.
Yeah.
I think Parting certainly could defeat Creator. I think it's a completely reasonable statement. And then Dream, I think, yeah, Parting can beat Dream. He already has, you know.
Yes. Yes.
What was that look you gave me, really?
I was like, I don't know. You said that, and then I was like, wait, let me put this sentence together. I'm like, yeah, no, he did beat him 1 game. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's been done before.
It is.
It is possible.
Not undoable. So it's Colossus Phoenix. That's kind of interesting to see that a couple times today already. Maybe something re-entering the metagame a bit.
I thought we were going to see somebody try to rush out to the gold base, but instead it seems like they've both been playing pretty passive, maybe waiting for the other player to try to come out there and do something with the gold that could then allow them to activate their push.
Ooh, look at this.
Uh-oh. Great. Now, again, Creator always starting off with a lead here. I mean, getting rid of that first Raven's pretty big, especially when you're teching a Colossus.
Oh, yeah.
The Raven's there to disable the Colossi. And so this is a big reset.
It really is. And look at this. He's already got an Immortal. He has a Colossus out here as well.
Dream decides to just take what he has now and try to use it because he's going to be in a pretty big deficit if he lets the game go on for too long. So here we go. Let's see what this actually does.
He's got a nice sized army here, but obviously if he had the Raven, he'd be feeling a lot better about his chances. Oh, I like it. All right, going to boost into the main base here. Very few units.
Yeah, unloading here.
The rest of his army, though, is going around towards that 3rd base. Some Warpins that were not all that good.
Oh, what is that army doing over there at the top?
No.
I guess he's just so focused on trying to do as much damage as he possibly can. Now remember, the Phoenix is over here. Very hard to actually get out. But it seems like there's a little bit of miscontrol here. Now here comes the other attack coming in. He does get at least 1 medevac out. The question is how ready is Creator for this next attack here? We already have had 10 workers killed. Here comes the Colossus now.
Yeah, it doesn't get a huge amount done right there, but killing 10 workers isn't too bad,
This is an important shot here. See that he's going to be taking the gold base while he's putting the aggression on. This is one way to defend your 3rd, is to be so on top of your opponent they don't have any time to try to counterattack.
Yeah. Well, if he can actually, that would be like a really funny kind of twisting everything on its head, right? I don't really remember a whole lot of games where it was Terran taking the gold, you know?
Yeah.
Normally Protoss really tries to get it. This nice lock on right there, laying some mines down. No charge for these Zealots, of course, so they're not doing all that well. Does pick off that 1 Colossus up the top. Very Marauder-heavy army at the moment.
Yeah, definitely better to have Marauders in a moment like this than Marines when there's 2 Colossus in the fight. But, although Creator has fended this off, Dream is now soaking up the resources from the gold base, which should allow him, especially with an infantry unit composition, to get much more muscle on the map. And Creator doesn't have a gold of his own. And I don't see an easy opportunity for him to try to take one.
No.
Huge drop in the main, and although there's Phoenixes here, every unit will be able to be unloaded.
Yeah, that's very Marauder heavy as well, so you have to be very careful getting it on top of that.
Oh my gosh, coming down here and getting the forge, a very inconvenient place to have the forge for a drop like this. It's taken out, denying that at +1 attack upgrade. And now a dive over here onto the Colossus. Good control by Creator. It doesn't look like it's going to be picked off. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon.
I think he's going to end up saving it there. He does have more units that have actually rallied up. Look at that, a pickup and a drop off on top of those Colossus as well.
He
is picking off one of them.
Yeah, now he's going to get the other one, or almost get the other one. Meanwhile, these probes, there's no easy way to get this out. In fact, he's going to try to recall some of his army back over here. Does this save it in time? And the Colossus inconveniently placed. Beautiful movement here by Dream.
Yeah, Unburrow plus the Rebrow and target on top of that Colossus. Very well done by Dream.
Now again, Dream is continuing to just take all these gold minerals. But Creator sees an opportunity to try to counterattack. He's going to push across the map. Remember though, both the Colossus were taken out. I think there's a new one that just popped out into the game, or is about to pop out into the game, but I don't know that you can actually come through here. So everything for Dream is working out nicely. I wouldn't be surprised if Dream takes a fourth coming up here as well.
Yeah,
he's got the minerals for it, Artosis.
Certainly does with that gold base. Going for 2 Ghost Academies, I think that's probably a mistake because he's moving really quickly right now, multitasking all over the place, trying to get the most out of his units as well. But that would be kind of funny if he starts trying to go for nukes here. We'll see about that. Don't see that in this matchup as often, especially this early on.
Do you think the unit comp the Creator went for was a wise decision considering the shape of this map?
You know what? Like, I think it's...
It doesn't seem like you can really punish him
It doesn't
now.
utilize the map super well.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, it's kind of like a unit comp that has potential always because you're shutting down drops but also protecting your Colossi and also having potential for harassment with those Phoenixes.
Right.
So I'm a little bit concerned that he's staying on it at this point. He's like still making Phoenixes, still getting back into Colossi because we see 4 Vikings at a time right now. Right? So once you hit the critical mass of Vikings, you're gonna wipe everything that's powerful in Creator's army pretty quickly.
Right. Well, this is Creator's moment to try to do some damage, and he really needs to do something here because Dream is taking the 4th. Now, this 4th base from Dream is pretty naked, by the way. I mean, if anything just comes up there, I think he can just stop it. Yeah, in fact, there's already a Zealot over here that's just going to deny this. But Dream is going to come here and take the Zealot out and then try to just finish that up. In fact, I think it was so close to finishing, it's actually has SCVs being sent there, excuse me. Now, the question here is, does Creator have enough? Because if Dream shuts this down, he's probably going to take this game.
Well, if he gets rid of the Colossi, he'll be able to kill the rest of the army pretty quickly. Gets rid of one of them. The Phoenix is getting in on top of these, but they cannot stop them.
Yeah, you can try to micro that Warp Prism all you want, but it's not going to be enough here. Dream continuing to do so much damage. Is a Stalker and Immortal on the ground here with the Phoenix pickups enough?
Oh, a lot more units are coming out for Dream right now. That Immortal's doing a ton of damage. The lifts are all right as well. SCV's get pulled though, and that's the thing about this composition.
Yeah, now, I don't know that if Creator reinforces it's going to work. It just seems like Dream got the 4th base up. He has enough money. There's just no way. Oh my God. I don't think there's any way for him to do it. And now, with Dream having the momentum, the tempo in his favor here, I don't know how Creator gets another base up. That's the problem. It's infantry with Medic Brain. It's not like you can expand to the bottom platform. You definitely can't take the gold. That's the easiest thing for Terran to smash.
Yeah, well, he's making more Phoenix and Colossi, I guess. But again, this composition doesn't really retain its power that well against Vikings.
Especially because you have Colossi, Immortals, and a Warp Prism, and you lost all of them.
Yeah.
The next army you have is going to just be so much weaker than what the Terran has.
Yeah, and when you don't have good upgrades like he doesn't have, because he only has the +1 armor, so he's down 2 upgrades.
Because that Forge was shot down during the drop.
Yeah, and then also you don't have Psy Storm. Like, you can get these scrappy armies where it's like Charge Lot Storm, and suddenly it's like, yeah, you can kind of fight stuff. But this is like a half-finished unit composition that we're looking at, you know?
Yeah.
This is like, it just doesn't really fit together all that well.
Medevac's going to come in here once more. And again, I mean, these are not moves that Dream needs to do to win the game, but it's certainly going to make it harder for him to lose it.
Yeah, well, he's just
it's
keeping
that much closer.
Yeah, he's keeping his attention over there. He's keeping him busy right now.
Dream expands again.
As supplies getting big, he has more workers. He's up 3 upgrades, which is like...
In this Terran vs. Zerg, Terran vs. Protoss, he is the Zerg. I messed my joke up. You talk. I'm going to go home.
He's the Zerg and the Protoss because he's up so many damn upgrades. Like, I mean, we're going to see +1 armor charge lots against 2/2 Marine Marauder Ghost Medevac. Okay, it's not going to be particularly pretty. Like 2 upgrades advantage is like, ooh, this is bad. And then 3?
What kind of sound do you make as you go, ooh, for that? But what do you do for 3 upgrade advantage? You go, I go, kaboom! Bish, 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 bish. Okay, got it. Nice. No, this is
watch this Marine solo this Zella.
Yeah.
You see this? How hilarious is this? Normally that Zella will kill 10 Marines.
Yeah. Not this time. This Marine's packing heat.
Oh my EMP God. As well.
Yeah, the Terran army's just gonna swarm this like a bunch of bees.
Oh my God.
Bees with guns and stim packs.
It's pretty crazy. Look at that. Just eats it.
This is like that Hitchcock movie Birds, but instead it's the Terran army is the birds.
Yeah.
Raiders just in the phone booth like, ah!
Well, if you're in that phone booth and you only have 1 armor upgrade.
Yeah. And here's the thing, back then that was what's what was called a scary movie. It's not scary anymore.
You don't think Birds is scary?
The movie?
Yeah.
No.
Think about if all the pigeons try to kill you.
I'd go inside and I'd be fine.
But what if there's only a telephone booth around?
I'd say thank God I'm in the time period of 30 years ago when there were telephone booths around.
Yeah. But
and then I'd also think it's too bad it's 30 years ago and I can't text anybody for help.
You could call somebody if you knew anyone's number.
Yeah.
And 911 existed.
Creator's having a bad day.
You have no coins on you. You're trying to call collect to your parents or something.
Yeah.
And oh my God, it's like I'm being attacked by birds. Hello, do you accept a call from? I'm being attacked by birds. Like, no.
Right now, we're talking about birds, but I think this is like another Hitchcock movie. This is you and me are in the movie Rear Window. We're about to witness a murder from across the street.
Yeah.
As I think Creator's going to go down 2-0 unless he can really come up with some new play. Our map is a Turtle Empire, and our game is loaded up. Let's go.
전투 준비 완료. 진에어 그린윙즈 크리에이터 장윤. 브레이브스타 게임 드림 조중혁.
Is it Brave Star Gaming?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Well, you know, again, Creator, he never looks like bad, so to speak, but he never is able to finish the job. You know?
Yeah.
Like if we had like bosses, you know, if like each guy was like a boss in a video game. Creator is not a boss at the end of the level, he's like halfway through. He's like one of the giants you gotta fight.
Yeah.
And you don't want to lose too many lives on him because you actually have to fight the real boss, which is going to be probably Party.
Yeah, he's basically Rocksteady or something.
Yeah. He's one of Krang's rock troopers. The Dimension magma rock guys.
Yeah, the major whatever he was. Yeah, right. Well, let's compare what he did to what Parting did with the same unit composition. Parting, he made let's call it like a middling amount of Phoenix Colossus. He made enough so that there's not a perfect answer to this. Do you make a bunch of Vikings? Do you not make a bunch of Vikings? Creator kept making it like it was 6 or 7 years ago, and there was a time where you could actually just go Phoenix Colossus all game, and it was kind of a real comp.
Yeah.
That time doesn't exist anymore. It's not really like that anymore.
Well, not only that, but also just what an odd thing to do on that map.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
I don't know why. I mean, I guess, okay, yeah, you could shoot down medevacs with Phoenixes, but, you know, Phoenixes don't just insta-kill medevacs. A lot of times the medevacs unload.
You know
what I mean?
I think it could be a little bit of a mind game where you're like, okay, most people go blink into charge here with the gold base.
Right.
So maybe they're going to do something a little bit more aggressive to try to stop that before it gets going. And so then you go for this slightly more defensive, organically defensive composition that will stop the things that stop what they think you're going to do. So I think that in that way, maybe it's an okay idea. It's just the fact that he stayed on it for so long and like didn't try to get his upgrades going again. I mean, if you're playing such a defensive composition, at least get your upgrades and keep them going. And if they get stopped, restart them, right? Because if you're sitting back like that, it's like, well, the game should go longer, right? It's not like your Phoenix Colossus doesn't have a great kill timing or anything. Things can happen. Things can go wrong for the Terran where suddenly you can maybe go over and kill them, but that shouldn't be what you're counting on with the composition. You know?
Yeah, it's just an odd choice. Again, you know, when I'm not saying it's bad, but when you're on Jin Air and you have so many other great minds on there, you know, I would expect them to come out with just such a strong strategy. And it just seemed a little bit weird. And you know, Dream, I think, strategically had a smart move. He set up, you know, a multi-pronged attack, but he did it behind taking the gold base. So as long as he's kept Creator busy enough, Creator can't stop the gold base, and by then, even if you haven't done an insane amount of damage, you have the momentum of a larger, stronger infantry. And I mean, the end of that game really was already over before the final attack happened. I mean, Terran basically outpaced the Protoss. It's like, okay, I've won, you know. Now we just got to have a final fight to finish this whole thing off.
Yeah. Well, when he went back into the Phoenix Colossus production and Dream was making a lot of Vikings, that's when the game was pretty much decided, I would say. Well, looking at this game, definitely a very different opener here from Creator. He's going into Blink, third base, Robo, much more standard stuff. Dream looks like the same build as last game, if I'm not mistaken. Or close to, at least. He even got the Cyclone. Little patrol right there.
A little patrol.
Yeah. He's just making sure that area is fine and safe.
You think Parting definitely wants to face off against Creator over Dream here? Does Parting maybe actually prefer to get a PvT here?
PvP, like, I think that Parting's really good PvP, and I would feel pretty confident in him beating Creator, but yeah, that's a really hard question, actually, because PvP has so much volatility in it right now.
There's so many ways you can play it. There's so many different build orders interacting with each other. And
there's a ton of insane upsets that happen in PvP right now where you'll have much weaker players sometimes knocking out better players in the matchup. Yeah. It's kind of, I think a lot of professional Protosses are frustrated with it because of that. So, but the thing is, Dream I think is quite a bit better than Creator, so I'm not sure which one Parting really wants.
One other thing to watch for here, the 5 gates are just now finishing. There's a War Prism coming out. Zealot Charge is about to be done along with the armor upgrade. Armor upgrade a little bit further off, but it looks like the Protoss is ready to take a fight over where the third base is about to be acquired here for Dream. I love the Stalkers out here in the front just to try to slow down any progression of the army coming out here. But with the Cyclone and the rest of this infantry here, you're going to have to back up for sure.
Alright, does save that one. The Prism going down. Warping around, maybe for some harassment.
Yeah, some 4 Zealots there. He might even try to go inside the main, but if he does that, then I gotta ask, you know, what is there to actually defend over at this expansion? I mean, when you go 2-base like this for a while as Dream, you're supposed to have the stronger push, right?
Yeah, he technically has a stronger army. The Medivacs, I think, like, should be just about there. He needs them because he did stim. Creator's actually doing a very nice job right here.
Okay,
like, this counter harass is amazing, and then he's actually got enough to hold that off as well.
Okay, dropping 2 more Zealots over there. Dream is now backing up. We have another Warp in.
He's supply blocked and no pylons making.
No! Oh no!
This is like
This is like the worst thing that could have happened.
Because if he had a round of 6 to 8 Zealots pop out right there.
I'm glad you noticed that because I was confused. I actually thought he just was busy doing something else, but you're right, he was supply blocked.
He started 5 pylons at once right now.
Oh my god.
That is so brutal.
That sucks, man.
That is not supposed to be why you don't kill somebody in a pro game.
Yeah, well, it's like,
ouch.
You got it in there. He was out of position, the Terran was. And then it's, you know, you just forgot pylons. You can't make it.
Can you imagine if he wasn't
the attack's over at that point in time.
It's like,
4
yeah,
zealots is not enough.
Yeah. He has to clean up 2 zealots as third and 2 in his main. That's not a big deal. Truly, it's not.
I feel for Creator here.
Well, yeah. I mean, I agree. I don't want to see people in pain and having a hard time, but he's the one that's not building pylons, you know?
Yeah,
it's not like a witch has cursed him, and thus he doesn't get pylons.
Can you imagine, though, if that's what witches did?
Well, there is a witch that cursed me, and that's why I missed
would
Depos.
definitely be drowning a lot of people if that was the case.
Absolutely. I'm like, what race do you play? Well, witch! You're a witch!
Yeah, this is looking worse here. Now, I mean, Creator's not dead, but he lost a huge opportunity here, which is kind of a bummer.
That could have been a very nice little warp in. Just do some extra damage in there. Feel really good about that. But you know what? Right now, he's got a very healthy probe count. He's got great upgrades going for him. He's starting to put together a strong army. He's got his 4th base. There are very redeeming things going on for Creator.
Okay, now Creator's going to set up for a big attack here. Again, the game's not over yet. I mean, Creator could absolutely still win this. He seems to be playing overall a really good game, despite the bungled Warp Prism warp and failure.
Yeah, some very solid stuff. But Dream is, you know, he's on his way to the stuff that he wants as well.
Okay, he's going to be able to save the Warp Prism. Nicely done, although it is pretty damaged.
Oh my god. Well, he's going for a gigantic attack. I think Creator needs to continue to push.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he should turn around and go back home. I think instead he needs to come in here and try to smash the natural and then recall back home and save what he can.
Yeah.
But I got to say, Dream is really pushing through here and hitting 2 different locations at once. This is getting to a bit of a base trading situation. But with the Warp Prism here, you're able to, and Blink as well, you're able to shuttle so much more up onto the high ground here.
Well, let's see what he can do. That was a pretty brutal storm right there. All right, he's continuing to push forward. He should be just warping in like High Templars up in his base to try to get enough storms to hold on. In the meantime, I mean, he's doing a lot of damage here.
Okay, now again, we've seen this before with Creator where it seems like he has a lead and then he loses it. Now the CC's being floated away, so there is the option to start remaking more SCVs. He's only got 4 right now, but
yeah, his economy is really, really rad.
I don't know about these Zealots coming down the ramp here.
Yeah.
I do not like this at all.
No, I don't like that choice, that's for sure, but he's killing everything right now. Even picks off the Liberators as they come out. That's a very important pick off.
In a base trade, guys, you are able as Terran to pick. Oh my god, that EMP was perfect.
EMP'd everything.
EMP'd everything. You can pick up your buildings and float them away, and Protoss cannot do that. If Creator doesn't control this Nexus at the bottom right, he might lose this game too. And there's no way that you can kill up all these buildings in time that are floating here from Terran. We see him coming back home. There's just one Immortal here. He's going to dive in, take out the cannon, take out the Immortal. One more Immortal pops out, but it's in a bad position and is immediately destroyed.
Well, he's
Dark
making
Shrine
a
being targeted
DT right now, and he is making a second Dark Shrine
There's no
somewhere.
detection, right?
Well, he has two orbitals that are floating around right now.
Right, so we can land that.
And he has EMP, of course, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
But he actually missed that
I don't
EMP.
think, does he have energy on that, though?
Well, he just used one EMP, but it missed, so...
Okay, he's got to Hail Mary this. Storm.
Ooh, very good storms. Very good storms.
Okay, he scans with that one orbital, excuse me, I can't talk. Takes out the DT.
Okay, Creator spent so much money, he doesn't really have that much left, but he does have a Nexus in the bottom right, which is really, really important. Now, if he can pick off all the detection...
Oh my god, there's a CC being made here at the bottom.
Oh my god. This game is getting crazy
and
right now.
I have to imagine that Creator thinks he's got this in the bag once he takes out the CC. There's no way to come back into a macro game. That, however, is not the case.
Well, he has to be careful having his units split up right now.
Missed
Look at
scan.
His DT left over.
Missed scan.
Oh, that's brutal.
Okay.
Okay, he gets it there. All right, we don't have any DTs left.
I mean, 17 workers mining here should be enough to propel him to.
By the way, I think this is a really high IQ move right here from Creator to get DT Blink. That is such a good upgrade right now.
Oh,
because if he does have any scans left, like every blink is a scan. And The cooldown is actually pretty quick on DT Blink nowadays.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think you're completely right on that.
That's a really good move. I like it.
Now again, this army from Terran can heal. It's very mobile. You know, Protoss units, when they take damage, it's permanent, you know, on their hulls. So even though there's a superior army supply right now for Creator, I mean, take that with a grain of salt here. It depends a lot on these engages. Now, this arc is pretty perfect here. I don't think Terran can attack into that and ever expect that to work.
It's very scary. Look at this. He brings in the ET too.
Every kill he gets, every zealot he shoots down, every unit is so precious right now.
Oh my God.
Another DT is here. I think Dream might be zoned out of a win here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Again, every swipe this DT does is getting Creator just, you know, inches closer to victory here. The last fight's coming down as Dream's options dry up, at least for that attack. I think we're going to be seeing GG here, right? I mean, 17 probes mining is insane. You compare that to the one SCV that could mine right now.
Yeah, he's got nothing left.
GG, Creator takes it 1-1.
Wow, all right, all right. Now that was a nice game. Like, he got supply block, and that was kind of a brutal punish upon himself. But I think he played the base trade really well, getting into the Dark Templar tech. In fact, even making the second Dark Shrine, at first I was like, I don't think so, dude. Why are you making a second one? But that actually worked out and really helped him, too. Nice play there by Creator.
I love it. I love it.
Thing is, I feel like a lot of the games tonight, he shows a lot of skill in, and then something goes wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Which, I mean, isn't that always the way? You know, you'll be playing a good game and stuff goes wrong, and you're like, well, this game's hard.
This is a map that's very fitting for what Creator needs to get out of this group. Zen.
Well, if that's what he needs, I don't know if he's going to make it, dude, because he's been pretty angry tonight.
Yeah, he gets angry when he loses, but, you know, maybe he got it all out of his system in the first loss. That can happen, too, you know? The body can only produce so much, you know, emotion in periods of time. I don't know what I'm talking about. No, Let's go into game number 3. It's loading up now. Creator versus Dream. Again, the winner goes on to face off against Parting in the final match, which is going to start. Here we go.
전투 준비 완료. 지니어 그린윙즈 크리에이터 장현우. 브레이브 스타 게임 드림 조중현.
So, Tasteless, in your professional opinion, in like, let's say a given amount of time, how much emotion would you say the human body can produce?
3 gallons.
3 gallons of emotion.
Yeah,
that sounds right. That sounds right to me.
Yeah.
I haven't looked up that Wikipedia page yet, but I bet I trust you. Okay, just wanted to check on that.
Artosis, I got a little bit of plugging I've got to do. A little bit of pluggery.
Okay.
I'm streaming tomorrow.
Yeah?
You guys should join me. My 4th day of streaming.
Well, people are going to be watching the Pylon show tomorrow, so I don't know if they're going to have time.
What time is it going to finish?
I don't know. Probably before you start.
What time does it normally finish?
Maybe 1 p.m. KST or something like that?
You know what that's called for Tasteless?
What?
Early in the morning. 1 p.m. in my house.
Don't I and all Pylon show fans know it, Tasteless?
That is when the rooster... what is it? What does rooster do? What is that? What is it called? Where they go?
Crows.
The crows. That's when the rooster barks, Artosis.
Yeah.
Yes. That'll be perfectly timed out for yours truly. And see, right there, indirectly we say, and also check out the Pylon show. You guys, your whole day tomorrow is set. While you're inside in quarantine.
Yeah.
Keeping safe. Staying inside your house so you don't cough on each other and sneeze on each other.
It's a good day tomorrow. I'm excited.
Yes. And one other real quick thing here I want to remind everybody of it as well is that the ASL Finals is also around the corner.
That's right, Sunday.
On Sunday.
Of course, we have a GSL group the day before on Saturday.
That's right.
So much good StarCraft.
There's a lot of good StarCraft coming up here. So continue to join us every day that we're doing stuff here. So in this game, we have a quick expand into the Twilight. Is Creator going to be able to pull through with a win here? I mean, his games are so, even when he wins, they're not clean.
Yeah.
It's always a tightrope walk watching this guy play.
It has certainly felt that way today. It's a little bit annoying. Okay, so this Reaper is actually just a hero. He's killed 2 probes and got full scouting on and cost a bunch of lost mining time. This has been just a fantastic
And
Reaper.
he gets out.
Are you kidding me?
See ya, sucker. Sucker!
Yeah. Well, great job there from Dream.
We could use some other banal phrases from old movies. It's time to kick the tires and light the fires, Artosis.
Who says that? What
It's an
movie is that?
Independence Day.
Oh gosh, that was such a good movie.
Yeah.
You saw the new one, right? The giant alien that runs
It's so
around.
bad, the giant naked alien running around. It's so
Should have been wearing
stupid.
clothes, tasteless. Like
Yeah,
what?
yeah, he should probably have some giant alien armor. Why is it giant? Can you imagine if that was like what it was like for people? Like we're all this size, but then there's like one giant human that's like the size of a building. Like we sent him out to fight.
There is. His name is Pain User.
That was good. That was very good, Artosis.
All right, looks like we have a Widowmine drop coming up right now. Of course, 3-gate blink into a 3rd and Robo. Pretty standard good stuff.
Ooh, good be able to drive that away. And it looks like we'll get one more shot off here and then lose that Widowmine. Actually, you know, I didn't finish the Independence Day movie. I saw it, I was on an airplane, I watched it like about halfway through and actually decided I would rather stare into my chair with nothing on than watch this
I do that a lot
hot pile of garbage. You know what I do sometimes though? I'll watch somebody else's movie from like a scene.
Sound. It's actually better without the sound.
Sometimes with a bad movie and I can kind of just like narrate the story in my head and yeah.
I do that too.
Yeah. I cast it in my head.
I've seen 3/4 of the Avenger movie like 100 times on airplanes.
Yeah.
Without sound.
There's a good travel technique there. Now, in this game, and this has been something we've seen a lot in the PVTs here today, is that the Protoss gets 3 bases. The Terran is going to have an opportunity to push as well as expand a little bit later on here.
Creator's playing a solid game.
Yep.
It's very similar to before. This comes up for a little bit of harassment. That's kind of a cool place bunker. I like it.
The Stalkers just can't quite get over there and do much more damage because of where it's placed. I love the little Widowmine coming in over here. But it looks like he doesn't even want to burrow it because he sees the probes attacking it. It's not worth risking losing the mine to kill one probe.
Yeah, it's better to have the
money.
potential.
Right, yeah.
Just the fear of it is actually better than one probe kill.
Now, Dream's going to push out on the map here. With Blink, you can always try to run away if the infantry gets too close to you.
Hey, look at that. Couple kills. And a lot of lost mining time, too. Really microing that heavily.
Now, Stim's almost done, which is going to make this infantry army a much larger threat here. And we actually have more Medevac, Marine Marauder coming across the map now.
We better get up there pretty quick. All right, that Medevac actually joins up that had the mine in it.
Battery shielding up some more of this. But is there going to be any kind of way to come through and break him here? I mean, Terran should have a little bit more, but I think Protoss positionally is not going to be in a bad spot, right?
Yeah, I think he can just hold this. Yeah. Like with the sentries and the battery. Another warping round? Maybe not.
He's pulling the probes away, but there's some mortals coming up here.
Yeah, I think he's fine, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, well, hold on. He kills the Immortal, which doesn't matter for now, because Protoss is alive, but you want to have a lot of Immortals out if you're going to win fights later on. So little issues like that coming up where the Immortals just shot down is definitely something that could be a factor in a later fight where Protoss just doesn't quite have enough to hold it.
He's supply blocked again. 92 and 93.
Ouch.
Violence.
Creator's a shaky guy right now. Just not quite having the cleanest play. The ideas are there, the execution, not quite.
All right, big drop flying towards his main base. Scans where those stalkers are and where they aren't.
Okay.
Oh my god, that pylon Tasis is powering so much. Wish we had a name for such a thing.
Yeah, if only there was some word we would have for that, so that we could capture that idea easily and then move on to the cast.
But basically, guys, what happened was that pylon powered a bunch of buildings, and so he killed it, and so that's like really bad for Protoss.
This drop over here from Creator is not going to quite cut it, man. I mean, he's fighting back a little bit, but this is going to be cleaned up. And there's still the option of, okay, I was going to say he should not drop over there. But again, if he was able to get another Immortal that's isolated, you know, this all adds up.
Yeah.
It's funny, because for the Terran, you know, Medivacs are replenishable. Marines and Marauders are replenishable. You don't want to lose any of them if you can avoid it, but Protoss is in a different situation here with, like, robo units.
Yeah,
Observers.
well, I would put them, like, kind of on par with Medivacs, where it's like...
I'd say they're even a little bit more?
A little bit more, I would say, yeah.
All right.
A little bit more. Medivacs kind of are easier to pump out. You don't have double robo all the time, but you always have reactors to start with. All right, pushing in once again. Still a pretty reasonable army right there. He is down an upgrade.
This is a very small army, though.
Yeah, he's just kind of
he actually can't commit to anything with this right now. If he gets some more reinforcements in here, then maybe.
Just keeping the pressure on those pretty legit. Have you ever seen anyone mine out those middle minerals, by the way?
All the time, Artosis. No. I love the dropping back here, but I almost wonder if it would have been better to try to just send these back home to meet up with the rest of the army. You know, it's a lot of units and just more medevacs to heal everything.
I think multitasking is one of his strong suits too, though.
Sure. Okay, we're going to have a larger push come in here. Units stimming just to get across the map quick enough so that he can set up an attack. Dream keeping his options open with the possibility of always hitting the main, and that's 2 Immortals in the main, only 1 over here in the front, which is pretty important. I mean, when you have Marauder counts this high, the more Immortals you have to fight those Marauders, the better.
Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't bring at least one of them back down.
Yeah, I think it's a maybe questionable placement here.
Yeah, look at the amount of Marauders in here. 2 more Immortals would just help plow right through
The
this.
Zealots are all gone.
Oh god, his Immortal's not even firing there.
Yeah, more units are coming in here to try to assist in this fight. Dream is pretty crazy with his fights. Sometimes it looks like he has so little, but he's just still holding his ground.
Yeah.
Ouch, huge storm there.
Monster storm.
Got to be careful for that, but again, the drop comes in here now. And this is where the Warpins are going to be drawn to.
Dream just continuing to micro. Picks up once again with that frontal force.
Great EMP there.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to do too much more with this little tiny army. But look at what he's done in the meantime. Taking a 4th base on location. I love it.
Dream, just like in the last game, Dream always seems to just have enough where he can just keep expanding. It's kind of like some of Innovation's games where he just keeps pushing and it looks really close until you look at the Terran side of the map and they have 2 more bases than the race they're pushing.
I feel like Dream is actually a little bit closer to Maru like this.
Okay.
He's like building on location and keeping so much pressure on in different locations that, you know, he can do that.
Right. It really is impressive, though. Okay, great EMP is coming down here. It's one of the reasons why you see a lot of Protoss as pocket the Templar. There it is, GG.
And that is it. Creator, unfortunately, eliminated first from his group. And Dream goes up to the final match to play against Parting once again. They already had a very nice series at the beginning of the day, and that's how we're going to end it as well. Creator, gonna have to wait till Season 2 of GSL. See what he can do there.
And look, every time I wish him the best of luck. Go back to the lab. You know, it's more than just builds and strategies. I think it's, you know, keeping composure and you know, knowing how to roll with the punches through the group. But you know, one thing about, you know, getting upset when you lose is it shows that you do care about winning. You know.
Yeah, that's for sure. Otherwise, why would you be upset?
I don't know. Excuse me. We're going to have a short break coming up here, and then it's going to be the final match, the final best of 3, Dream versus Parting, to decide who's going to be the next player to go to the round of 16.
That's right. I think it's going to be a great match. It's really hard to say which way it's going to go. They cheese each other 1-1, and then they had a very nice game at the end. So.
Yeah, they seem to be. They have quite a range. Of play styles here. It's always interesting in a group phase like this to see what happens in the rematch. You know, usually the first games you see are the most planned out. You know, for each of the four players in the first two matches. Anyways, that break is happening now, and then we go to our final best of three. Don't go away.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
짤짤이 맛칠성 사이다 정당이 맛칠성 사이다
70년이 사이다. 칠성 사이다. 우리 입맛엔 칠성 사이다가 좋아요.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
당신 뭐 핫식스 더킹 아세요?
핫식스 뭐요?
핫식스 더킹.
이거 정말로 맛있는데
제가 오늘 핫식스 더킹 먹었기면 당신은 저한테 빨릴 거예요. 아세요?
이런 악마의 음료 이걸 빠시다니.
그리고 핫식스 더킹 그 빨간 제품 있거든요. 열대 과일 맛이 나요. 열대 과일 맛.
자신 있으세요?
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
Everybody's gotta believe in something. 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 Break it down. What's the plan? Break it down.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
마법의 음료 하식스를 마시게 되면은 엔돌핀이 확 돌면서 머리에 수분이 공급되고 그리고 뇌가 바로바로 한 모금만 마셔도 뭔가 알 거야. 100ml 더 늘어나고 마시게 되면 진짜 마법의 음료. 신제품 빨강색.
반칙 그것은 전설의 음료 하식스.
올 때 하식스 많이 마시자. 진짜 괜찮지?
맛있다 이거.
파랑색, 빨강색 맛 여러분들 많이들 진짜 마셔주시고 진짜로 거짓말 안 치고 맛있습니다.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
코로나 사태가 좀 심각해지고 있고 밖에 나가기가 좀 힘든 상황인데 안 나갑니다. 안 나가요.
It's going well for me. It's been going like the same as 5 years. I've been isolated for 5 years, so it's okay for me.
부득이하게 이제 나가게 되면 손 잘 씻고
컴퓨터 많이 하실 수도 있으시니까 스트레칭이 굉장히 중요하거든요.
I'm really sad about this, and I hope we can meet as soon as best in many events.
저도 팬분들 앞에서 이렇게 경기를 하고 싶었는데
코로나가 이제 종식되면은 그때 이제 많이 직관 와주셨으면 좋겠네요.
He's done it now 4 times in a row. He is your GSL Codes champion. He has done it! 뜨거운 박수로 결승전 대결의 시작했습니다.
라운드 오브 24 파티 원희상 드림 조중현 크리에이터 장현우 라그날로 신이범 아프리카 TV 브레이크업 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 1 코드 S 쇼다운
one more best of 3 to decide who's going to get that last spot out of this group and move on to the round of 16. It's a tough one, man. I think this could really go either way.
Yeah, it definitely could. They had such a close first match. I wonder what strategically they're going to do, because we had such sharp strategies the first time that they met. Right, like proxy 3 barracks. I mean, do you try to pull something out like that again?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think both these guys have a big enough range. It's not like, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty more they can do, right?
No. They already did everything they can do.
End of the line, tasteless. But Dream looking a little bit pensive here. I think, again, either player could really win here. It's really tough to call. I think Parting definitely has an edge as far as the element of surprise with his builds, but Dream mechanically seems to be very solid, very clean in his play. But Parting's control has been very great throughout his history. I mean, it's very possible. It could be 2-0 on either side. I mean, really anything can actually happen here. It's really hard to call.
Yeah.
Map 1 will be Nightshade, and that's now loading up. Parting vs. Dream, our final best of 3 for tonight, begins now.
전투 준비 완료. 퍼포먼스로 앞서가다 LG 울트라 기어와 넘버원 에너지 드링크 핫식스가 이번 전투를 지원한다. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 파티 1 이상. 브레이브스타 게임 드림 조중혁.
Yeah, no idea what these guys are going to pull out here. Parting just feels like such a dangerous opponent.
Yeah, well, you know, the thing with him is that it's not just that he wins, it's the way that he wins. A lot of times where he has this such a specific way that he plays the game.
But it's the thing is he also has the big range, you know? Like he can attack and do so well, but also he can kind of sit back and then just kill you when you come to him.
Yeah,
it's kind of like, this is the way I look at it with him, okay, is like basically Dream is, he's got a cabin on the edge of the woods. He knows there's a big bad bear in the woods. Now, does he wait in his cabin and try to stop the bear, knowing he has to sleep eventually?
Yeah.
Or does he get out there while it's still daylight and try to kill the bear while the bear is in the woods?
Yeah, with a big piece of meat hanging off the end of his rifle.
But then, though, he goes in the woods, and then he realizes that his house is under attack because the bear's in his house, and now he's in a base trade against a forest. How do you kill a whole forest?
Well, here's the scariest part of all, is that this bear also can cannon rush.
That's crazy.
It's like, what? A bear can warp in cannons?
Well, people always said you don't need thumbs for playing Protoss, so.
Now, this is, again, it's a series where they both clearly played very well for what they had planned out against each other. And we went 1-1, both of their attacks on one side worked out, and then the third game was just a really good macro game, you know?
Nice bounce there.
Yeah.
Oh!
I would have been much more satisfied if the Reaper had actually shot him in the back and killed him. So again, like we've seen with Parting before, and we saw this with Crater, just the Twilight Council after Expand here. We still don't know what kind of game we're going to have for a little bit.
No, it's very hard to say. Seems like a pretty standard opener overall from Dream. Not exactly what he was doing in those previous games. He was going for a quicker second barracks in those. This is a more tech-heavy opener for him. Parting with that quick Twilight. Blink on the way, but that doesn't really mean anything yet. You know, he did the 4-gate Blink kind of all-in-ish attack before, but then there's you know, the very popular 3-gate Blink into expansion. Here. Okay, so 3 gates, Robo, Blink. It looks like it'll be a third Nexus from him.
And, you know,
he's actually going into 4 gates, right? Oh, wait,
no,
no,
it's just 3.
It's
3.
Okay.
Ooh, the Adept Shade actually gets in here. Do a little bit of scouting.
Damn,
that's actually really helpful. That's
he knows exactly.
That's more Dream's fault than Parting's excellent play, I guess you could say. But
it's a 1 hit point.
Yeah, that's the one that almost got shot in the back. If we had we could go back in time, we could have a real butterfly effect thing going on. We're in a different game. The Reaper shoots the Adept down, and then the Protoss never gets the free scout because there's no Adept Shade inside the main.
Well, unfortunately, we can't go through time and change reality.
Not yet. But when we do, we'll know exactly what to use time travel for.
How would that game have looked? It looks almost exactly the same. Like,
I'm like, time travel's boring.
Yeah. Like, time really is a river.
So we have this proxied gateway out here. So there's going to be a lot of pressure put on here early on. You never make a gateway like that unless you're really intending to warp in and get so much momentum coming out here that it can throw the Terran off.
Well, now brings up to 4 gates as well.
That also note that Dream's been checking to see if there's any. Okay, it's okay. He's got an observer. I didn't see that for a second.
Yeah, there's actually a well-placed siege tank here. Oh my God, that blink onto the bunker is not going to get it.
Force field it. Yeah, this is. He's going to try to shoot down some of the workers. That tank on the high ground with the splash. Oh my God.
Good defense here, man.
Well, there's also a Stalker just walking into tank shots.
Yeah, he lost 7 SCVs during that, but I think that's fine. His tech is way more online. By the way, look at his building placement. That's like a wall against blink-in attacks.
Yeah.
I really like what he just did there. He's like very far from the left side of his base, so if you do blink in, you know, he's not going to just immediately be taking damage. He's got his siege tanks placed really nicely. I love that mine there as well.
Yeah,
even if he can see it, it's like, well...
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can't really get close to it.
Yeah.
I don't think Parting should attack in here, but if he does, he's going to have to be really careful because, like, with Stalkers and Blink like this, you are going to eat damage, and if you don't do more than them, you're just getting yourself further and further behind. But instead, it looks like he's going to stay back and just go for a contain while trying to get his 3rd up here. But we also know that there's big plans over here for the for Terran. I mean, he wants to come out here with a push eventually.
Yeah, and Parting right now, okay, so he did lose an observer. His other observer down near his army, because right now I feel like the only thing that's working well for Parting here is the threat of a counterblink. He's going into Colossus tech, but there's already a Raven out, there's 3 siege tanks out. This army of Dreams can kill Parting.
Yeah, I think you're completely right about that, Artosis.
And since he lost the observer, I don't think he has an actual way to blink back in, so he's just going to have to try to whittle this down on the way.
Yeah, and this is not enough Stalkers.
I wish he'd speed up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he's sieging up there as they're running away, and he's going to take a 3rd. Now, I was on the same page as you. I thought he was going to try to push out and really do a lot of damage here, but instead he's played very, very...
That's a very turtle approach.
Safe.
Well, a little bit of harass.
I mean, this is about as mild as you can get, I guess, for Terran play here, but he's decided to move out here. Again, I do think it would have been better to not sit there on the siege mode. I think even if the Stalkers counterattack and deny your 3rd, I think you really want to go for the push.
Yeah, he's using up a lot of his Raven energy right now.
Notice that he had the 2nd auto turret come down after the 1st one was killed, so that this way the Protoss is really not mining from the 3rd for a long time, which is very smart. Okay, here we go. The angle is insane here for Terran. Beautifully done.
Yeah, this attack's still showing so much strength, not even needing the Raven in it.
And 1 Colossus is all that remains over here.
Oh, this 3rd base looks like it is not long for this world.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's able to take this. The tanks are in a really good position here, and I think the Nexus just goes down, right? Yeah, this can't be saved. And then Terran, I mean, there's a lot of different choices you have here. Oh my God, can he actually snipe this? No! The Colossus lives on, but I just don't see any way, any route that Parting can take in this game to come out here with a victory. It seems like Terran's going to come in here with the killing blow, and even if it's held off, it's still going to be Terran with a fresh 3rd, and Protoss just trying to hang on.
Yeah, this is looking very bad for Parting. That's it. All right. Dream takes map number 1 very, very nicely. Parting, it felt like his decision to be aggressive there, it felt like it was made a little bit late spur of the moment, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't feel like he was going to be aggressive, and then he's like, I'm going to be aggressive, and then it didn't really do anything. The Colossus tech I was a little bit surprised with, because he already saw, I don't know if he saw the Raven, but he certainly saw siege tanks there. But Colossus does go better with charge, so maybe he was thinking, oh, I'll just delay until charge or something. But good play by Dream overall. Like, he just looked very, very solid that whole game.
Parting has requested his break. What? What was that sound?
Oh, I was leaned so far back.
What does it look like when we lean back?
Looks great.
And usually what I do is we lean back like this and we pull our shirts up and we just rub our fat bellies like this.
Yeah. That's what we do.
Whenever you hear my Casio, I'm like, Reaper comes in, shoots the lings, and then I take my finger and I just put it in my belly button like that. And I go, looks like the Reaper's going to get away. And I go,
that's so gross. You're so gross.
And then I go, you start to catch, but I'm like, smell my finger, man. And then you're like, and then there's a pause.
How are you even real? You're paid for this right
and then
now.
I bring my hand back and just keep rubbing my belly like this.
Oh my god.
We make good use of these break times. Actually, now when we slouch low, here, get down like how you actually sit.
Oh, sometimes during games I get like this to really look at the monitor. Because we actually have pretty small monitors. These are bigger than the ones we had.
If you want to know how small they are, it's actually just 2 iPhones here. No, they are actually pretty shockingly small monitors.
Yeah. Well, these ones are bigger than what we had last year, though. These are much nicer. We don't have our green bars anymore.
That's right. Well, what we do have, though, is violin music. Or no, is this a synth? I'm sorry.
Well, it's certainly not a violin. I'm not sure what it is, but...
There's no time. We have to start game 2 quickly.
전투 준비 완료. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 파티 1 이상. 브레이브 스타 게임 드림 조중혁.
Artosis.
Yo. What up?
A pylon not in the main base?
Oh, he's doing max packs.
That's right.
Hell yeah. So this is the max packs build.
Yeah.
A young Russian Protoss player made this, and Beastie Cutie made it famous.
It's that time of the month. Get your max packs.
Yeah, and Parting actually uses this in tournaments from time to time. So basically what you do is you send one of your first probes out to proxy your first gate, but the build doesn't work unless you also build a pylon in your main. So you have this huge supply surplus, something Creator knows nothing about, but...
Damn. Roast battle here.
Yeah. But yeah, this is basically you oftentimes will cancel the command center with this build. Look, he's looking for it, but it's further away than he thinks.
He's like, oh, I guess it's safe to make a command center here.
Yeah. Now, if the Reaper does not go towards the gate, like the Reaper goes straight to the Protoss main or it goes scouts to the north side, Terran gets in real trouble here. Real trouble cases, like grounded.
Trouble Town. So what is the best way, given the situation that Terran's in, how do you handle that?
People started figuring out max packs because it got really popular for like a week. And I'm trying to remember, because even I was doing it, it was like, whoa, the freest wins of my whole life for like half of the day.
Yeah.
But, if I recall, most people were actually ending up just canceling.
Oh my god,
the,
you didn't even micro the Marine away?
Well, look at this. This is...
Yeah, I'm
this
coming
is bad,
for your
man.
add-ons.
Yeah.
He's in. He's on the loose. But the Reaper comes in here. And remember, Warp Gate's a ways away.
He's building that Marine, so he will end up killing the Zealots.
Oh my god.
Dude. the amount of damage. Holy. 11 SCVs dead already. Dream fought so hard to win game 1.
Yeah. Yeah, he fought really hard, but
then he got max bags.
Batman villain Parting comes through here. Great play. I mean, it's hard to imagine him actually losing this game, especially because he's going to know exactly where to take this game to ensure that he wins.
Yeah, well, from here you can actually go into anything after the initial gateway because you gain such an advantage.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like it almost always cancels the command center.
Now, I do want to point out that Dream probably could have evened this out a lot more had the Reaper stayed alive, but I think Parting with very good multitasking gets that surround, kills it.
Yeah,
it's
yep. If
because remember, Warp Gate's a ways off. I know we see attacking units out, but it's like you can't get anything in the main. It's just probe. So in theory, if you were to micro perfectly and multitask perfectly, yeah, I mean things would look a lot more even. But right now, Parting ahead in bases, double the workers.
Yeah, and just to throw this out there, by the way, guys. The Reaper is not the full counter. If anyone wants to try this build and don't know about it, first off, just check out Beastie Cutie's YouTube for the videos. But what you'll do generally, if the Reaper doesn't get surrounded like that, is you'll recall a Stalker, and then the Stalker just deals with it. And it's like, well, the Reaper may as well go back.
Yeah, the Reaper's like, I'm not a good unit in this game anymore.
Yeah. Aren't there any lings for me to damage?
Where's Beyond?
Yeah. Where's Beyond?
Where's Beyond? Someone tell Beyond. So, I get the idea here. You know, Terran not saying, well, I'll just expand later. Instead, he goes into Banshee, getting Marines, but...
Have you ever seen a one-base build like this work?
In 1998, StarCraft 1, yes, I have.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this is, you know, one-base builds are...
Well, Tank, Banshee, Marine, it's like not the worst idea.
Yeah, it's going to do the 1-1-1.
Well, he's got 2 rags.
Yeah, but it's basically like looks like the 1-1-1, the old build.
You mean the Tasteless build?
Yes. Well, when it wins, it's a Tasteless build. Now, Banshee already taking a little bit of damage now. The Cloak is soon to be done, and what Dream wants to do is push through, smash the gateway because you don't want to be a victim of counterattacks.
Oh, there's Reaper there.
Oh,
try to actually bring it on top of the Marines.
The idea was definitely there. Very cool. But he snipes that. And, you know, right now what Party needs to do is simply sandbag what the Terran's trying to do, and he will win.
If he just makes a lot of units, he should be fine.
Right.
I love this, though. Hunting down Stalkers is really useful right now.
Oh, he needs a micro after that. Funny thing is, this is eventually going to run out of... Oh, he doesn't even need energy.
Not when he has an observer.
He's got a little obsy-bobsy there. So there's a third base coming down. I don't know if the third base is a bit excessive here, since all you have to do is stop this. But with the third base,
he doesn't know that there's no natural.
Oh, actually, I think you're probably right. That's a very good point.
The observer was like pulled back to detect the Banshees.
This is why map hacks can absolutely ruin a game. We can see everything here.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. He has no guarantee that there's not a CC there and SCV's being transferred. Okay, great dive onto this tank. Easy two-shotting from the Stalkers. And with just Marines, I mean, Stalkers actually have superior range, so especially when Marines don't have stim, they're just garbage against Stalkers.
Yeah. Blink makes it more so.
Here's the third base.
Extreme still just doesn't have anything going on. He's just making these same units over and over, hoping to find some way to get some damage.
We are most definitely going to go to game 3 here, by the way.
No doubt about that. Dream is...
Look at this very sad number of Marines. He's pulled some of the boys.
It's close to all. That's how bad.
That's actually true, yeah.
That's how bad of a position he's in.
Stalker getting a kill for... I'm sorry, Sentry getting a kill on a Banshee. A win for Sentries all over StarCraft 2.
And they needed a win. All right, so
okay,
GG.
That was my favorite game from the round of 24. So look, I mean, Party's opener, it worked. Dream was basically in quicksand. You know, he needs to get out and do some damage. And Parting had such a lead, he got a third base off the Terran's one base. And again, Parting, a master of planning. He's got quite the toolkit of build orders.
Yeah.
But it's all going to be down. I mean, dude, I love these players, these two guys so much. I don't know who I want to have advance.
Yeah, it's a hard one. We're a little bit low on Protoss, and I just really like Parting, so I'd go with him. But, I mean, Dream is... I feel like this year he's going to have a very good year. This is such a tough group, though.
Right.
And now that we're in round of 24 instead of 32, it makes everything harder, too.
Golden Wall.
Well, that's the wild map.
Yeah.
What are we even going to see?
We're going to be ending this on a high note.
Yeah, I hope so.
Parting versus Dream. They already had a close series. We're at Game 3 again. Parting won in a long macro game in Game 3. Let's see what happens on Golden Wall. This is a very specific map. As the game loads up, we'll unpack a little bit of this and some ideas to watch for. Let's go ahead and start Game 3 now. So yeah, you can't ask. Watch this. Start Game 3 now.
전투 준비 완료. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 파티 1 이상. 브레이브 스타 게임 드림 조중혁.
So already just a little bit interesting, putting his gateway down at the natural. As if he were playing a Zerg.
So real quick, the map. The map has the lower third of it, a platform completely independent and isolated from the upper platform. The upper platform is 2/3 of the rest of the map. The gold wall is actually gold bases that separate the upper part of the map from the lower. And you can take a gold base, of course, like you can on any map and get a mineral advantage, but in this case, it's harder to defend because you can be hit from the other side of which you've expanded on. We've seen players go for gold bases right away, and we've also seen people avoid it entirely. So this is a map where players are certainly able to express themselves, and we end up with some very unique games.
Yeah. And I'm really unsure as to what's going to be going on. I feel like Parting is giving us some hints by the fact that he's making his wall down there. This might mean that he wants to go more tech-heavy early on.
Right.
You know, otherwise, for instance, if your opponent opened up and made some reactored Hellions and you were trying to do a bunch off of one gate, then they can come in and get you. But if you're kind of pre-making a wall with these early buildings, you can really, really skimp on your gateway count and still be safe against something like that. So that's kind of my guess as to what his plan is here, but not sure entirely. Yeah, there's the wall kind of being made.
Now
wow, gets the Reaper right off the bat.
Yeah, that's actually pretty shocking, actually. You know, normally the Reaper is you know, you get it because you might as well. It's there's resources for it, and it does serve a role of scouting and doing a lot of scout confirmation. But we don't normally see it killed off right away.
No, normally it gets to stay alive for quite some time. He's actually had some really sweet control of it so far as well.
Okay, behind the CC. Remember that we saw with Dream, we've already seen him play on this map before. He just went for a multi-pronged attack and took the third base, in this case the gold base, as that was happening.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to have it this time around, but...
Well, it's not going to matter much because Parting's going to try to decide this game right away.
Oh yeah, look at that. There's a Dark Shrine coming here with the Robo.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of exciting. So I think it's just a DT drop. He's getting a Forge, so I believe that's what we're going to end up seeing. There is another really kind of hilarious Archon charge build that exists that he got from his friend Jim that he's used before, but I do not think that that's what we're seeing here, especially with that Forge and the lack of additional gates and charge. But it's so funny to see, like, Parting goes down on the first map, then he's like, you know what? Max Packs build, and then a DT drop.
I love it.
He's the essence of Protoss.
I love the down and dirty Protoss play.
Yeah. This is what he does. He's like, oh, do I really need to win? Okay. Nah, I got it. Don't worry. I got the strats.
Yeah.
I have the builds for this. As he's throwing out cannons, just defensive cannons. I love it. I love it. Blink on the way.
Okay, the War Prism coming across the map now. One thing about rushes like this is there's very little time to react once it starts. So the first few moments of it is the most important part. Now there's a Raven coming here.
Yeah, the Raven is, I would call it a reasonable counter to DTs.
Yeah, it's probably the best counter you could have is that you don't have to rely on scans here.
His only other unit is an Adept. Now he's got a mine waiting. Oh my god.
Okay, he unloads them in a very funny little spot where... Okay, he does not run up in there. He just doesn't do anything. I mean, this is just completely ready.
So that's bad for him, but it's not necessarily the end of the world.
Right. Well, he didn't lose the War Prism and the DTs. He didn't have...
Yeah.
He looked... It looks like he thought about taking a third at the bottom. Oh, I think he will, actually.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what he can actually get done with this. I feel like he needs to make sure he doesn't lose any units, and he has to sit in a ridiculously defensive posture because the Army of Dream is going to be so much bigger and so much better for a while. So it looks like he wants to do some Archon drops. We've actually seen this a little tiny bit lately.
This is like an okay plan B, I guess you could call it. It's like if things aren't working out, but with the tech that we've developed, this is what we can try to do to make it work here. There's a Widow Mine just waiting to be burrowed over here.
Flies around it, he's checking for it.
Oh, what? Oh my god. He's gonna kill the Archon.
Good disable.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised he even went for that. I mean, he knows the Raven's out. He knows it can be disarmed.
Yeah, I think he's just really trying to get anything done right now.
Yeah. Again, you know, Party in this position because of the build order he elected to take in here in Game 3. But behind this, you know, it's about the attack, but it's also about what's happening behind the attack. And in this case, it's a third base being taken far before Dreams, and he's going to get Colossi, Thermal Lance. If he can just keep this, I mean, ideally he would have kept the other Archon too, but if he can keep the Terran army just on the defense, he could get ahead. But it looks like Dream is, you know, already aware of this and is itching to come push out here and maybe win this game.
Well, think about this as well. If he can just, ooh, I like this, maybe flank that Prism. This Archon go to town. You don't see this too often.
Yeah.
The single Archon drop beating a medevac full of Marines. Okay, so this attack coming in, don't forget, he has a full wall and he has Colossus tech, right? He has 2 Colossus right now. He's about to have +1.
Thermal Lance is halfway done.
Yeah, so while this is a scary and good army, if you're sitting completely defensively, ooh, I don't know if I would have killed that. Maybe he's afraid of the disables or something. I'm not sure, but I feel like you just need to buy a bunch of time here. Even throwing down an additional cannon or 2, some shield batteries, all that stuff I think would be really, really smart. He needs that Thermal Lance as well.
All right, this is hard to push up, especially with the Colossus having the range that they do. They can poke out and hit your Widow Mines.
This is a really cool thing about him choosing this strategy for this map, right? Like, he is sitting so turtled right now, but actually has 3 bases.
Yeah. It's smart, too, because if Terran's going to commit to one of the, either the second base or the third base, you have to pick one and just stick to it. You can't be rotating between the 2 with your main army, right? So it almost seems like Parting has this set up so that he can probably hold as long as he knows where the attack's coming from. And so he sets up some Stalkers down here just in case there's a small harass down here. But the big push has actually already been pulled away. And, yeah, I mean, I like where Parting's taking this game.
Well, let's see if he can hold on against this Widow Mine drop. This could do a lot of damage if he's not looking for this.
Oh, I don't think he's looking for this.
Yeah, sometimes you get a little bit more lazy looking for things when you have a cannon.
Oh!
But that's when the most damage truly can be done, because it doesn't actually kill anything before it shoots. 15 probes is a big deal.
Party's going to try to push out. There is a lack of Widow Mines, and Dream is going to take this gold base, so this is definitely a good moment to do it, but he lost all these probes earlier, so he doesn't have a lot of follow-up if this fails.
You know what?
He does succeed. He forces a lift.
Yeah, a lot of the units are missing. The Raven is way over there. We have that medevac full of mines. Oh my God, he's gonna get the command center.
Oh my God, the full command center too.
Huge pickoff, huge.
Crazy. So does he try to snowball it? Does he try to come in there and just do some more damage?
Oh gosh, it's a good question.
Oh my God, the Widow Mine doesn't do any more damage.
I don't know. Can you break this right now? Maybe this is the moment.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. 2 more auto turrets coming down. A little bit of an interruption, but it looks like Party might be going for it over here. Here we go.
Oh, he's getting huge shots with those Colossus right now.
I love the Stalkers just blinking up there, avoiding the Widow Mines.
And the DT actually putting a ton of damage on here as well. The Archon trying to get to the front. One of them actually stuck behind right now. Some juggling going on with this Prism.
I think he has enough.
Oh my God.
The SCVs have hardly done anything to help out in the defense here, and the DT is still shredding the infantry at the front.
Parting looking so strong right now. These Colossi getting infinity damage done during this attack. GG! And Parting goes to the next round.
Wow. Crazy.
That was a sick kill.
And you could
failed DT drop into killing your opponent with Colossus.
Yeah.
Wow. Really
Beautifully
nice.
done.
Really nice. Tough first group here of the year for Dream.
Yeah.
He's in such good shape right now, but has a difficult evening.
Well, I look forward to more Dreams games. I think he could have taken it. He just wasn't quite ready for that attack that was coming across the map, you know?
Yeah, he was doing a lot of harassment on the other end.
Sometimes when you've seen this before with 4 Widow Mines, is that's a lot that you also don't have in defense. Okay, interview time. Andy, go ahead.
All right, we're gonna have an interview with Party, the final winner of Group D. Congratulations. Thank you.
네, 정말 아슬아슬한 경기였습니다.
Wow, what a back and forth match.
올라가는 진출 소감부터 들어볼게요.
How do you feel after winning that?
일단
First of all,
솔직히 저 못 올라갈 것 같아요.
honestly, I didn't feel like I would
조중혁 선수가
advance.
지금 손 풀리면은
Because Dream,
잘하는 선수여가지고
he's really good when he's good.
때 좀 생각 못하는 빌드 했는데 너무 대처 잘하길래.
And in the second game, I used an unorthodox build, and he countered it so perfectly.
해서 잘 좋은 결과 나온 것 같아요.
But in the end, my results were good.
상대방이 원희삭 선수를 정말 다 알고 있는 것처럼 손바닥 위에
And it felt like the
올려놓고 있는
opponent
것처럼 다
knew you really well.
힘들어질
And it could have been an arduous game for you.
예상치도 못한 광전사 찌르기로 오늘 경기의 분위기를 바꿨는데요.
But you did turn on the game with the Zealot. And how was the game today overall?
제가 윤영서 선수랑 계속 이제 대기를 하고 있을 때 대화를 나눴어요. 오준 선수가 정찰을 안 하니까 네가 한번 혼내줘야 될 것 같다.
And in the lobby, I was having a discussion about how to play out the game today.
한번 영서한테 속아 볼까? 아니면 그냥 내 신념 가지고 할까? 했는데 그냥 영서를 믿었는데 좋은 결과 나온 것 같습니다.
And in the end, I just decided to go with my intuition.
굉장히 불리하게 시작하지 않았나요? 암흑 기사를 준비하고 있었는데 상대방이 밤까마귀로 맞아줬거든요.
You did start the game on the back foot because you did go for Dark Templar, and the opponent countered with a Raven. So what was going on over there?
그나마 이유를 찾자면 조준혁 선수가 생각이 많았던 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 이제 제가 뭘
I
할지
feel like Dream might have been thinking too much.
자꾸 이제 약간 제가 배를 불리는 것도 아니고 그렇다고.
I was just going for like full economy. I was going for the full army.
좀 혼란이 와서 좀 한 방에 쭉 밀리지 않았나.
And I feel like he was kind of confused with that, and that might be his downfall.
패배 아쉬움이 굉장히 클 것 같습니다.
And you really
예선에서 이병렬 선수,
the winners match was really close, but you did lose that match.
상승세를 타고 있었는데요.
And you're playing really well these days. But although you did lose to RagnaroK,
사실
you did secure your spot in the round of 16. How do you feel
집에서
today?
제가 오늘 한 경기력을 시청자 입장에서 봤다면 욕을 했을 거예요.
I mean, if I had to watch my performance from a viewer's perspective, I'll be really mad.
지면 안 되는
Today's performance, I'm not that
제가 좀
satisfied.
방심한 것도 있고 아직 좀 부족했다고 생각하고.
And there are things that I need to fix on.
오늘 희범이랑 약속했는데 서로 올라가자고 무조건.
And today, with RagnaroK, we promised each other that we will advance together, and I'm glad that we did.
2020년 GSL 어떤 모습 보여주실지
And what performance will you put on in 2020?
어떻게 잡고 계시나요?
And what are your goals and objectives for this year?
이제 10주년이잖아요, GSL.
Well, this is the 10-year anniversary for GSL, right?
제가 준우승밖에 못했는데.
And so far,
진짜 우승을 한번 해보고 싶어요. 그냥.
second place was
뭐
my
상금
best
그런 걸 떠나서 저는 이제
record.
GSL 출신이고 GSL에서
And this time I want to actually
애정이 굉장히 커요.
get first place in GSL.
한국 우승자라는
And it means a lot to me. GSL does.
좀 갖고 싶은데 지금 오늘 보여준 경기력으로는
But with today's performance,
아직도 멀었고
I feel like that's not going to be feasible. So I'm going to try to implement different
원희삭
strategies
선수의 우승
in my
도전
future matches.
저희가 응원하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 마지막 한마디까지
And anything you
들어보겠습니다.
want to say before you go, party?
일단 제가 경기 하기 전에 진짜 해외 팬분들이랑 한국 팬분들이
Well, first of all,
엄청나게 많이
all my
서포팅을 해주셨어요.
fans from overseas and my
진짜 말도 안
domestic
되게
fans,
진짜 저도
they
소름이
support me
돋을
so
정도로
much.
너무 감사하고
And I'm just, I'm
계속
so happy.
이렇게 이뻐해 주시고 오늘 이겼으니까 또 방송 키면
And since I did win today,
제가 방송할 때마다 하는 말이 있는데
I'm going to turn on my stream
그냥 제가 또 그걸 외칠 테니까
and tell my fans,
Thank you, Sugar Bears. Bye bye.
thank you, Sugar Bears.
네,
Bye
이렇게
bye.
감사 인사까지 잊지 않으셨는데요. 다시 한번 진출
Once again,
축하드립니다.
congratulations on your win, party. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 D조의 2위
Okay,
진출자
Sugar
원희삭
Bears,
선수
you know what to do.
만나봤는데요. D조 경기 최종 정리 확인해 보시죠.
Go to his stream, give him a sub, and he'll say thank you. I love this song we play at the end.
Yeah, it's so good. Kind of a sad song too, though, because Dream is out and Creator is out. Very close matches, though, overall tonight. As you can see, all 2-1s. We've had a lot of 2-0s so far this season, but this group really delivered, and I think it was hard to predict. And the matches were even closer than I thought they would be. So here is Group E. This will be Saturday at 1 p.m. KST. T.Y. Dear Armani. And who is that? Oh my God, is that Bomber?
It is. Well, guys, today was a lot of fun. The games are very good. Good luck to Creator in future GSLs. I mean, I think it's just a matter of time. He'll eventually figure out how to start really succeeding, starting to pull off what he practiced back at home, you know?
Yeah. This was a good day. I think Group E is going to be amazing as well.
Yes.
Make sure you tune into that. I think that's a little bit more predictable one. Armani could get out of there, I think. There's a possibility. He's in pretty darn good shape right now.
How's T.Y. going to do, Artosis?
He's going to get out of that group. You kidding me?
Are we going to have the finally have the time where he gets to cast himself winning the games?
Who's going to cast for him is the question.
I don't know. Maybe Curious? Sometimes we use Curious.
Yeah, we use Curious a lot. That would be probably him or Sue. All right. Well, that was that. Good day of some StarCraft 2. And there you have it.
I concur.
Yes. Okay. We're done here.
Yes. So we'll see you guys on Saturday, 1 p.m. KST, which is when we normally had Code S before. And
Sunday.
ASL
Do not
Finals.
forget ASL Finals. Yeah, Light versus Zero or Queen.
Flash knocked out of ASL.
Yeah, third place. Third place.
Big shock there.
Who, by the way,
is
big
switching to random.
Yeah, the internet kind of caught on fire when he said that. That's the first time we've ever had anything like that happen.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how he'll perform. Because it could be crazy and he wins, or it will backfire. Because
I think he's going to go real deep.
I don't think he'll win, though. I don't think he'll win with random. Well, you watch, it's like the finals, and he just randoms, it gets Terran every time, and it's like,
Random is so strong when you think about it. Like the different openers that you have to use.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just, if you don't know immediately what the race is, it's like you have to hedge your bets and probably use a build that's not really optimal for.
Yeah. We haven't seen pro play with random since like 2001 or
Well,
so.
he only has to learn 2 more races, Artosis. I mean, let's not forget, he will not lose games with Terran.
Probably not.
That's all the time we have, guys. Thank you for joining us. We love you. Stay safe and wash your hands. Take care of each other. Have a good morning, afternoon, or night, wherever you are. We'll see you on Saturday.